Morning. I will call the December meeting of the Elkhorn Butte Irrigation District to order. We'll start with the invocation, which is
Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for all that you do for us, Lord. We thank you for these people that showed up, Lord, to express an interest in all that goes on in our district. We always ask for the blessings of moisture on our watershed, Lord, and we ask that you be with us this meeting today, and we ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Kaplan, would you please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Our first item is introduction of guests. And Mr. Roby Rosa, if we can start with you. Two of you are up front.
Yep, Rafael Roby Rosa, Stockton Inc.
I'm Brenda Gonzalez with Colquitt Pecan Farm.
Mr. Hernandez.
Steve Hernandez, part of that irrigation district.
Herman Ortiz here on behalf of Mr. Garay.
Jeremiah Falk with State Engineer's Office. Anthony Cullen, New Mexico Department of Agriculture.
Rebecca Clark, personal interest. Teresa Davier, editor.
PK Falk with Colquitt Pecan Farm.
Larry Vasquez, Reclamation on back office.
Doug Goldberg, Conchana Networks.
J.R. Hennessy, OSE District 4.
Terry Fox, Groundwater Resources, UBID.
David Arvaz, South of Irrigation District.
Brandon Byram, DID Finance.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you all attending. Welcome to the meeting. Our first item of business is the 2023 election canvass of votes. We will be canvassing the vote to the public. Just a reminder, this isn't a political rally or a sporting event, so we appreciate that you're all here to observe this. It's fine to talk amongst yourselves, but please maintain decorum in the boardroom as the votes being read. With that, Mr. Estlin.
Yes. Just want to make sure that we've got everybody here. We have Juan Cabrero, Leah, yes. Gamboa, Anna Donahue. Oh. They will be presenting the voters, and Joa Franco.
Thank you very much. We are ready to begin the canvass of the vote.
Could I start by explaining how this works first? I think that'd be helpful. So I have this, it'll count the votes. I can click up, and then as you'll see, that'll reflect on the master. So for north, central, south. So I will be counting the votes by using these clickers.
Very good.
Joa, could you share your screen?
Yes, I forgot about that. It's good.
Here you have some of the board.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who didn't get to see, I can click up on these and you'll see that those two votes will show up here. So it works the same for every single box.
And we'll also be conducting on the whiteboard. One will be conducting the same count on the whiteboard.
I'm gonna see if there's any more attendees really quick. Maybe if I can.
And so the public knows, ordinarily the secretary of the board would be handling all of the meeting issues, getting people into the meeting electronically. She's out with COVID today, so we're shorthanded in that regard.
Okay. We are ready.
Okay.
I will also note, I'm expecting this to take several hours.
Greg, what's that grandson's name over there? I see you're so proud.
His name is James.
James, yeah. Great name.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm quite proud of it too.
She was walking across that deal out there, was pulling up, she was quite a ways from me, and I waved that little dude, he wanted to wave back, I couldn't believe how alert he was. Seen that wave, what he latched eyes on, and it was so funny, did you see him looking around, you looking back at us like, who's that guy? I don't know him.
And his mom and dad are back home trying to pick up a few comps, so.
Yeah, it's happening all over.
You know how many people signed the petition? Okay to open it?
It is, please proceed. Yeah, Mr. Romero.
Do we know how many people signed the voter rolls?
So we have to leave that question to be addressed to you. Do you happen to know the count of people that signed the voter roll?
We didn't count them individually. We went through and verified signatures, but didn't actually count them.
I'm sorry, I forget your name.
Herman Ortiz, I'm actually legal counsel for Mr. Garay.
Mr. Ortiz.
You know how many people were turned away? Did they keep a list of anyone that was turned away from voting? Wow. If any?
Nobody was turned away, to my knowledge. They were given the option to do a challenge vote.
Okay. Then you have those.
Yes.
Now we accept it.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? We appreciate the question, and I'll try to recognize you as promptly as possible if you have one. Please proceed.
what, bucket are we pulling out of, Anna?
This is the absentee.
Absentee, okay, is there a zone for that?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a zone for that, north, central, south?
So it's all together.
Okay, so you'll just have to read them off individually?
We-
Anna, let us go. Oh.
Right, before I begin reading these off, so you'll see the precincts on the board here. One will represent precinct 1, precinct 3, precinct 3, 5, precinct 5, and so on, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All right, precinct 1, Dwayne. No vote for district 3 or precinct 3. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, no vote. 8, no vote. 9, no vote.
And that was for what area?
We won't.
Doesn't say, okay, I'm just gonna put all these in north, everyone okay with that? Okay.
There you go.
You guys do with that?
No. Yeah.
That'll tell you how,
Okay, 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Raphael. 7, John K. 8, Prescott. 9, Henry. Okay, 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John K. 8, Preston. I'm sorry.
Prescott.
Prescott. 9, Henry. Okay, 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, John K. 8, Prescott. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John K. 8, Prescott. 9, Henry. Well, 1, Dwayne. Preston, or I'm sorry, 3, Preston. 5, James. 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 9 Prescott. Or I'm sorry, that was 8 Prescott, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. Okay, 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry.
Then can I hold the count for just one moment? Just a point of clarification. Going under James Slim, there's 2 tally marks at the end of the road. They are correct. Can you finish that out just to keep that a little clearer? Yes. Thank you very much.
Yep, we'll continue. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry.
I'm gonna ask you to pause again. There's a discrepancy in precinct 9 between the board and the electronic one. Some of my board members are keeping count. My board members have to count precinct 9.
I've got 3 for me.
We need
All
to
right.
flip them, one down, Sal, one up on Henry.
That is our count.
Okay.
Would you correct that?
Yeah.
Friends, always so, to be clear for the public, there was a discrepancy in the count for precinct 9 at this point compared to the board. When my board members were polled, they confirmed the count on the board separate from the count electronically. Does my board see any other discrepancies we need to address at this time? Thank you very much. Please continue.
One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. No vote for 8. 9 Sal. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry.
Noted, please silence yourself.
One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry.
We pause there for a moment. Mr. Friends, was there some waiting to come into the meeting? Would you check that? Thank you, very much. Please continue.
One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. Thank you. Okay, 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 no vote, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Sal. Okay, 1 no vote, 3 no vote, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 no vote, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry.
Okay, on this ballot, every person is checked.
All the
Including-
boxes, all the boxes are checked.
So go ahead and read them out.
Okay. All right, so one,
Do I check them both
Point
or?
of order, Mr. Roverosa.
If both boxes are checked, do both people get a vote, or is that ballot thrown out?
It has to be thrown out.
So,
It has to be
so
I agree with that.
the board canvasses the election, so this is the question that goes to the board. So, my opinion is we should try to count every vote that's cast. Recognizing that when you cast a vote for both individuals, it is the same as casting no vote at all. That said, it is my opinion we should count the ballot. I open it to the board for their opinions.
They're all checked, it's a no vote. No vote, it's one way up, does the other, it's
Yeah.
Washington. We got lots of marks to make here.
Are there any of them? So we have precinct 8, which only has one candidate. Is something else marked in precinct 8 other than the one candidate?
both boxes are checked, it's Prescott checked along with blank boxes checked.
Wait, what?
So
That's my, both boxes checked and one Prescott.
what I'm hearing is a consensus from the board is to consider it an invalid ballot and therefore not count it. Is there anyone that dissents from that? Hearing none, our challengers have had an opportunity to review that ballot. Very
Either way,
good.
it's the same
I
thing.
recognize, I apologize,
That's okay.
I keep forgetting your name.
I don't come to these very often. I would ask that you segregate any ballots that are, have a question mark on.
Very good. So there's been a request to segregate that ballot. So if I guess put it in a,
I'll put it back in the envelope.
no,
No, just
no, it does not go
separate
back to the
pile.
envelope if you
Set
would
it aside
please.
over there.
Segregate it out.
I'm gonna say, it right,
So our challengers are good with where it's segregated. Thank you very much. Please continue.
all right, 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 no vote. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry.
John Kay. Would you read the last vote again?
Sure. So I'll start from the top. That's 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry.
Thank you.
One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 Prescott. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John Kay. 8 Prescott. 9 Henry. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Sal.
Mr. Singh,
Just point of, information. I think the person up there needs at least, you say a name and you count 1, 2, 1, 2. You're saying so fast, he's not able to mark them. I'm not even sure if he's putting them up there. So if you would slow down a little bit, it would be easier for the gentleman to be able to mark them down.
thank you very much, Mr. Singh. I appreciate that, point of information. I will note that I am tracking his marks against the marks on the, computer. It's my opinion at this point that he is keeping up. The one time he fell behind, he asked for clarification. So I appreciate the input, Mr. Singh. We're going to continue after.
Team progressive problems.
Please continue.
All right, 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 no vote, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 no vote, 8 Prescott, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, Prescott, or 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John Kay, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. Okay. So, number 1, precinct 1, we have a vote on the Spanish side, and we have a vote on the English side of this. Both are checked, Dwayne. Both are checked, Dwayne.
Is
So that's precinct 1.
that the only vote cast on the ballot?
Yeah, no.
It's the only one that's.
We have one side completely filled out, and the other side has that 1 check.
Thank you very much. That's confirmed. Thank you.
All right. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8, excuse me, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, three Preston, five James, six Tracy, seven John Kay, eight Prescott, nine Henry. Right. So in precinct 8, we have a write-in name, Bobby, Kendall, Kirkendall. And that's, his name is written in on precinct 8.
Thank you very much. If you would please, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know how to spell Crickendall.
KUYKENDALL.
Sorry.
KUYKENDALL.
Thank you, DJ.
Like that, Scott? Is that how it's read up there? KUY?
KUYKENDALL.
Alright, well, I'm gonna put them up here for now,
That's how it's spelled on there.
so.
If there's any questions, we'll go back and verify the spelling. I'm not expecting it to be a concern.
All right, I'm gonna continue. One Dwayne, three Stephen, five Frank Paul, six Tracy, seven James, eight Bobby, nine Sal.
You've already counted it? Oh. Correct.
It's interesting.
Maybe put that in a separate pile since it's,
Written in.
since something's different.
I'm gonna
We'll just have those, yeah. Is that, you guys get that?
But the ballot's been segregated with the other segregated ballot, that's like a writing category.
Okay, one Randy, three Preston, five James,
Speeding up again.
six Rafa, seven John Kay, eight Prescott, nine Henry.
Well, I appreciate the input, Mr. Singh, has to be recognized if you would please.
Sir. One Dwayne, three Stephen, five Frank Paul, six Tracy, seven James, eight Prescott, nine South. One Randy, three Preston, five James, six Rafa, seven John Kay, eight Prescott, nine Henry. One Randy, three Preston, five James, six Rafa, seven John Kay, eight Prescott, nine Henry. One Randy, three Preston, five James, six Rafa, seven John Kay, eight Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, John K, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry.
John's fine on that.
John. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, 9 South.
What's outside of you?
One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry.
Productive pause on the look for opening that ballot. It was my intention to give staff a break at the end of every canister. That said, I think this may go on for a while longer. Are there many ballots still in the canister? So, I need to give them a break to ensure that we, if they don't, ensure we can maintain order in the count. So it's my suggestion that we give them 5 minutes at the top of every hour. Is there any objection to that? Very good. So I would ask that a staff member remain in the center with the ballots at all times and alternate between you all. Maintain security, Mr. Black.
Greg, one thing I might suggest is that you count those up in between those hours and write them, so that when they start making those marks again, if it's okay with everybody, like whatever they are, put it in there, and then that way they can start doing their numbers one again, and it won't be, pretty soon there's not gonna be nothing left up there. I'm looking at some of those, in the next hour, you're probably gonna run into.
I concur with you, Mr. Black. And so I think what makes sense there is to pull them out in batches of 50.
Okay.
So that you've got enough room to write and we're keeping track of how many times you've got 50. Are there any objections to that? How we adjust the tally? So, clear, at the top of every hour, we're gonna take 5 minutes for the staff to get a quick break. Yes, sir.
Might I suggest that the ballots that have already been counted should be secured in a separate area as counted ballots. I don't know if they're being marked as counted. That way you don't run the risk of a double count.
Thank you. We do need to, so staff, what was your plan for securing the ballots when we finish what they've given?
I was gonna put them back into the box and shut the box.
I can get some big clips too.
Do we currently have an empty box.
Not that I know.
They are all full. So I appreciate the suggestion prior to, you know, this is all being videoed. We have staff here to monitor the security while we're at break. At the end of each canister, we will return those ballots to the appropriate canister. We will retain them secured as they are in the interim. Unless there are any objections from the board of directors. Hearing none, we are at recess for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, take the break and I'll go in a minute.
I mean, maybe that.
You need anything? Anna, you guys, Leah, you guys need anything?
Okay.
Juan, you good?
Oh, you know what? I'd like, you give me some water.
Yeah, it's gonna Yes.
I heard that. You're good. I haven't seen you since you were really small. You remember me? 7 cents.
We're good to see you again, Sam.
Yeah, it's been a long time. And the other brother, I have not seen him at all. He was even smaller than you. Yeah. Good to see you back here.
How's little James doing? Is it little sleepy? Yeah. That's what he said. You, problem with that, you're gonna be right. Okay. Are you? Watching by the hour. Well, that's kind of low. I was over there every hour, you just switch the number. Yeah, you'll have to look. Yeah, just for you, see right there, you're fixing to run out. Yeah, you go down the fire. That's what I was thinking.
Wait. Don't touch it now. Put it in now.
We can find those out, binders. There's your water.
There's gonna be another one in there.
Now.
No, right.
No, that's the last one.
Yeah, you know that.
Your grandbaby?
Yeah.
How old is
It was a year in October, so.
Oh, cute.
Got a cousin that's 4 months older. And Another cousin.
Oh, they'll grow up real close. Yeah.
You kind of got argued a bit.
There's some records.
Okay.
We'll check that, make sure it works.
Would it be?
All right, you want to see.
Would it make sense to write the fifties in the orange? So they stand out better?
How would you want to? Bring our screen up.
Yeah, I locked it so nobody could mess with it while I'm gone.
No, that's great. Go ahead. That's great.
All right. So,
We'll just do it in session, all right. Back. We're back to reset. We're going to do the 50 vote all out now. So. I confirm 63 votes on the board and 63 votes on the computer for Mr. Uri. So we want to retain 13 tally or redo 13 tally mark and vote 50.
13 would be 55. 13 scratches?
So correct. So there's 63 votes.
Oh, so you want to remove,
So you don't change anything.
okay.
Yeah.
I see.
It is a good thing having so many votes. We have to condense them. Confirmed that is 63 votes. For Mr. Tharp, there are 61 votes on the board and 61 votes on the computer, so. 11. Mr. Sloan, there are 64 votes on the board and 64 votes on the computer.
Juan, do you need a new marker?
Eventually.
I'll go.
I have an extra one.
Okay.
Mr. Rosa, there are 60 votes on the board and 60 on the computer. Thank you. For Mr. Clay, there are 61 votes on the board and 61 on the computer.
I got you a water.
Thank you.
Figured you're gonna, you might not have your voice at the end of the day.
62 votes on the board and 62 on the computer. Thank you very much. And for Mr. Colquitt, there is 71 on the board and 72 on the computer. My count confirms the computer. Director. He did miss one tally. That's why I didn't say nothing.
And Mr. Colquitt confirms it is 72 as well. Do any of my board members have a different count that they wish to note? Thank you. 72 is the correct count.
Yes. Okay. Greg,
Mr. Franzoy.
one other thing is I'm gonna add an absentee ballot category tab at the bottom. And then I'll add a north tab and then I'll fix,
Thank you.
that way we can keep track of that.
Thank you. 72. Yeah, that's right. Two more. All right. At this point, I believe the board is correct, and the computer is correct. Is there any discrepancy that wishes to be noted at this time? Hearing none, please continue with the hand.
Before we start.
Yes.
These empty envelopes we brought in box tops, can we clear those from the table?
Yes. So these are the empty blank envelopes
Open,
that the ballots were in that have been opened. They will be retained, but they're being kept off the table.
Yeah, I don't know. No, keep them inside. Don't.
No, that's okay.
we'll continue.
Please.
One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, Prescott. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, Prescott. 9, Henry.
1 second, Scott. Let me just check something real quick. Yeah, we're good.
Yep.
Adding participants, then I'll double click.
One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, Prescott. 9, South. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, South. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, Prescott. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, South. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 Prescott, 9 Sal.
Hold on a moment, please.
All right, would you please reread precinct 6, 7, 8, 9?
Okay. Precinct 6, Tracy. 7 James. 8 Prescott. 9 Sal.
I'm sorry, please continue. Thank you.
One Randy, three Preston, five James, six Rafa, seven John, eight Preston or Prescott, nine Henry.
Do you wanna switch to calling 8 with PK? Is that easier for you? Yeah, up to you. If you wanna do it, it's fine. Okay, I got you. Might be easier, but keeps.
One Randy, three Stephen, five Frank Paul, six Tracy, seven James, eight PK, nine Henry. One, no vote. Three, no vote. Five, James. Six, Tracy. Seven, John. Eight, no vote. Nine, Henry.
One moment, please. Juan, I'll notice that the tallies for Mr. Sloan are correct, but you've got one straight tally on that top row. You finished that one out.
Oh, which one was that?
James Sloan.
Oh.
That top row is 16.
Just erase and put it
I
down.
wouldn't change it.
Okay.
Just continue that one. Thank you.
One Randy. Three Preston. Five James. Six Rafa. Seven John. Eight PK. Nine Henry. One Dwayne. Three Stephen. Five James. Six Tracy. Seven John. Eight PK. Nine Sal. One Randy. Three Preston. Five James. Six Rafa. Seven John. Eight PK. Nine Henry. Hey, this ballot has both sides of it filled out. English and Spanish are both filled out.
All right, we have a ballot with both sides filled out. Is the vote the same on both sides?
Preston, Preston. Yeah, they're matching on each side.
Calendar just confirm that?
Yeah.
Calendar says confirmed that the vote is the same on both sides. Please count the ballot.
Yep. One Randy. Three Preston. Five James. Six Rafa. Seven John. Eight PK. Nine Henry. 1 Dwayne. 3 Preston. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 Prescott. Okay. 9 Henry.
Whatever's easier for you.
No, that's fine. I just didn't stumble. Okay. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 no vote. 9 no vote. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One no vote. 3 no vote. 5 no vote. 6 no vote. 7 no vote. 8 no vote. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Stephen. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Sal. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 no vote. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. So we got votes on each side of this ballot here.
When you check them, Scott, let them see so that they don't have a discrepancy. You just hold it up like this and is there differences in the votes?
No, so it's few boxes are put on one side and then the other open remaining boxes.
Okay, show that to the challengers.
You see this side, take an example, number 1 here. And then the one on this side's not one. But then there's a few, like you have three marked on this side, but not on this side. I'm gonna go back and forth, so you can go down the line. Okay. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, okay, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. All right, we got 2 markings. It's like a double loop on this side. We get 2 to the top of here. And 2 to the mark. And one said the first one, Randy. And the second one, they both. They can't see. Yeah, they're both. Okay. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. Okay. Yeah, one side there, and I'll verify the name. Okay. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 no vote. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Stephen. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry.
Hey, Scott, good pause.
Yep.
The friends will.
Is there any discrepancy in the votes right now? Just to,
So I'm not noticing a discrepancy. There is a discrepancy in how we're tallying that for Mr. Playshell. On the top row, it's only got 19 votes as opposed to 20. Is that the one that you are seeing and asking about?
I'm just asking, so because we've gone through a lot of votes without any discrepancies, I just want to make sure we're all consistent. Rafa says we're consistent.
Since we're paused, for simplicity, so I don't have to keep mentally tracking that, would you remove one tally mark from the bottom of Mr. Glacial and add it to that top row? That is the only discrepancy I'm aware of, as I am monitoring to the best of my ability.
Okay, awesome.
Any other?
I'm just saying, when you're striking the 5 votes, and some of them is clearing out the 4, and I just don't want that to get confused. I don't think it's confused as long as you guys are in sync, but on some of them, you get a raise, so it doesn't look like 5.
Do you have a different marker that's fresh?
If
Ken,
you
would
should
you?
be mindful of it and try to keep that crosshash in.
That'll do it.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Juan.
Okay.
Please continue.
One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 South. One Dwayne. Okay, we got double votes on each spot. So we have, say precinct one box is checked. 3, 5, 6, 7 are all double checked. So I mean, each candidate has a vote.
Very good. So per the way we rolled in this earlier, precinct 3, 5, 6, and 7 have an invalid ballot because both candidates are checked, so they would be no vote. The challenge is confirmed. And 8 and 9,
8 is PK. And 9, no vote. So just to be clear, 1 was Dwayne. And then the rest of them.
Did you mark Dwayne? Okay, I'm just waiting.
sorry, you're good. You're good. I showed them.
Yeah.
I'll read them again, because.
We're not allowed to show them, they're just, because they have constituents' names, sorry.
Is it a sealed envelope? Sure, yep, all these are in. Which is one side. That one is not a valid ballot.
Okay,
Thank you. I confirmed that ballot was tallied the same on the computer and on the wheel.
was there only one vote from that whole ballot? I thought there was 2.
I counted 3.
Okay,
One.
so real quick, we had a challenge, Greg. So should we separate that in a different category for challenge votes?
I have a question from the 2 challengers.
Can you read the votes that you want to acknowledge again?
Yes, so I'm gonna read it down the line here, we'll do start to finish, so it's clear. So one box is marked for Dwayne. 3, 2 boxes are marked. 5, 2 boxes are marked. 6, 2 boxes are marked. 7, 2 boxes are marked. 8, PK. 9, no vote.
So, on my count, there are 3 valid ballots on them. One of them's no vote. But there are 3 valid.
Well, I thought there was only 2,
Precinct 1,
PK.
Precinct 8.
PK and Dwayne are the only 2 votes on that, which is consistent with the prior methodology used.
Thank you. That said, that should be retained with the other ballots that are questioned.
Okay.
Thank you. Please continue, sir.
Okay, 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, no vote. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, Prescott, okay. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
About 40.
Hold one moment, Mr. Franzoy.
Just letting you know, came up on the hour. I don't know if you want to be
Thanks
consistent.
very much. I appreciate you helping me keep track of time. Are we almost done with this canvas?
40 left.
How about 40?
40. Let's count the ballot that's open.
Yep. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
Thank you very much. It is the top of the hour. We will take our 5-minute recess to give our counters a break. We were in recess.
We must stop. I mean, I have to. But I didn't. And there's so much city or 40. Must be. Okay, all right. Yeah.
Oh.
Right with you.
Good.
You know where it gets me at the game. And then they don't, and they quit. You cut it out. Me involved with some. I got, what I got to do instead of trying to go down this one, it's some things. Your mom is in right now. You're the closest thing to mom. Yes, you are. Good job. Thank you. Karen, what's your? Does anybody else want water real quick before I? Anybody else going? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's water. Right, I did when I do it, he said, right, and I, that's so big. I got Want to survive, but. You're up on stage right there. What it is, 10,000 marks good, one wrong, you're gonna get the one wrong. I'm not gonna say the 10,000. Yeah. It's all. The last scout we had was, it's not like this thing.
How's it going? Good. Can everybody see right here? Is this working? Good. Okay, we don't need to move anybody. Okay.
And then I had working, and then I vote, so.
Did you see what I was like? This is not what I'm trying to do. This is the. And the statute says that if only this part is the or. If you do have a.
Because they're saying.
Yeah.
Then the only reason I believe this is because we sit here. You're in the farm.
So they're gonna let me check on board, taking off my spinach, cheese and water from up
Great,
there.
I have to read it. I can't touch that. Well, this isn't a statute, this is on.
No,
rights.
they go.
I am aligned with 7C.
But if you say it's better.
So- Or a member, you're allowed to, you are a member of the family. That's right. Public health and public. Right.
Correct. I'm good, thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely not.
Charge your dollar.
Are you ready, Joe?
So.
I'm ready.
We're gonna go down pretty fast. As we did. At the end of the last recess, we're going to again, the tally. So, we'll begin with Mr. Garai. I can confirm that there are 118 votes on the computer and 118 votes on the board. Would you please condense that 50 to 100 and then add 18 ballots?
So there should be plenty in there.
I'm sorry. For Mr. Clark, I confirm that there are 108 votes on the computer and 108 on the board. You will generate that. We'll do 100 plus 8,000. Thank you. For Mr. Sloan, I confirm there are 121 votes both on the computer and on the board. 21. Thank you. For Mr. Roby Rosa, I confirm there are 112 votes on the board and on the computer. Thank you. For Mr. Playshield, I confirm 114 votes on the computer and on the board. Thank you. For Mr. Colquitt, I confirm 137 votes on the board and on the computer. Thank you very much. And for Mr. Ludwig, I confirm 120 votes on the board and on the computer.
I don't think PK's is correct. I think he needs one more set of 5.
Thank you. I concur. Thank you very much, Mr. Rivera. $120.
Confirm both the board and the computer in sync. Are there any discrepancies that wish to be noted? Hearing none, please continue with the count.
Real quick, Leah, can you flip those maybe, all those ballots?
You want me to put them in the accountable?
No, just, you can leave them on the table that way, they're in view, but let's just clip them so they don't start falling everywhere. I got some earlier, thank you though.
All right, we're gonna continue. One, Randy. Three, Preston. Five, James. Six, Rafa. Seven, John. Eight, PK. Nine, Henry. One, Dwayne. Three, Stephen. Five, Frank Paul. Six, Tracy. Seven, James. Eight, PK. Nine, Sal. One, Randy. Three, Preston. Five, James. Six, no vote. Seven, John. Eight, PK. Nine, Henry. One, Randy. Three, Preston. Five, Frank Paul. Six, Rafa. Seven, John. Eight, PK. Nine, Henry. One, Randy. Three, Stephen. Five, James. Six, Rafa. Seven, John. Eight, PK. Nine, Sal. One, Randy. Three, no vote. Five, no vote. Six, no vote. Seven, John. Eight, no vote. Nine, no vote. One, Dwayne. Three, Preston. Five, James. Six, Tracy. Seven, James. Eight, PK. Nine, Sal. One, Randy. Three, Preston. Five, James. Six, Rafa. Seven, John. Eight, PK. Nine, Henry. One, Randy. Three, Preston. Five, Frank Paul. Six, Rafa. Seven, James. 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 South. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 South. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 South. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 no vote, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal.
Yeah, and that's the for six, for the, absent corporation. Okay, you can put it with that one. Okay.
Just to let you guys know, some people didn't put their absentee designation of corp in the envelope. So we just stuck those through the slot and those are, not attached with the envelope.
To be clear, we're speaking about the affidavit.
The affidavit, yes,
Very good.
for absentee and for corporation.
There's nothing you're seeing the.
You want to show them this? Not the balance, but the.
Okay,
Yes.
And lucky.
Wait, put those in there. And let's put the open envelopes and everything you can in the box from the first pool. Please, thank you. Yeah. Toss those in there because you guys are gonna have rain later. You can.
So the ones without the affidavits, they're not being counted.
Those were not distinguished.
But they were counted, not counted. They were counted.
All of them.
What about the county?
You guys want to put those challenge ones with the ones we're putting back in the box?
So I want them segregated, they were requested to be segregated.
Okay.
And they should be returned to the box.
If you want to put those separate on them, then you can stick them in.
Let's, before you clip those, let's put like let me go get a piece of colored paper so we know which ones are challenged. Everyone agree with that?
Yeah. Did you guys also want us to put the empty envelopes back in the ballot box?
No, well, they should be kept separately, but not in the ballot box.
Okay.
The only thing in the ballot box should be the ballot.
Okay, great. So you can just keep those separate on the floor.
You want to do, write anything on the?
No, I just got those in the other box that we don't have. Okay. Sounds good.
Use the smaller clips. And then wrap what goes around it. Please.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, what's being done with the ballots without navigating?
We verified them when they did them, they didn't have to put them in that envelope. And so we stuck them in the top, but they did match the certain ballots that they went to, the people forgot to put them in and we weren't touching their envelopes or anything, so we didn't want to go back in. But as I notarized everything, I was verifying that people that were voting, I did notarize their absentee.
And those have been counted?
Yes, they were counted.
Put those with those ones, you can reach in and grab them on it. Should be. Where you'll, the three challenge ones. Oh, they're in there?
Yeah, they were.
Okay, yeah. Right, I misunderstood.
First, let the paper that went around the ballots have any discrepancy. Correct.
Yes, I would say lock it up.
I agree. We want the counted ballots locked, so they don't get confused with uncounted ballots.
And I'm gonna put them over. So that's what I was thinking.
All right, at this time, we're going to confirm what's on the board and what's on the computer. I have confirmed all the precincts and all the candidates as being the same on the board and on the computer. Are there any discrepancies which we noted? These are the absent, I'm sorry. Since these are the absentees, I'm going to ask our board manager to write the vote total above each individual's name. That will be the absentee vote for each of these individuals. So for Mr. Gillis, I confirm it is 43. Write that above his name. Thank you. Mr. Garai, it is 137.
So
For Mr. Lyles, it is 48. Mr. Tharp, it is 128. Mr. Tallpeck, it is 41. Loney is 139. Mr. Roby Rosa, it is 130. Mr. Esslinger, it is 48. Mr. James Tallpeck, it is 44. For Mr. Clay-Schultz, it is 134. For Mr. Colquitt, it is 160. For Mr. Nunez, it is 41. For Mr. Ludwig, it is 138. And for Mr. Kirkendall, it was 1. You may now please clear the board north and we will do the appropriate count there. Mr. Franzo.
I am going to change the formulas in here to make sure they're correct since we have the absentee category. So everyone can just see that I'm doing that. And then I'm gonna paste these as values to lock them in so that they cannot be altered any further.
Thank you.
But you see that, these can't be edited. Okay. We are good. I fixed that. Does anybody want to check to verify that? Are you guys good?
That is not correct.
Which
I
one?
agree with Mr. Rosa.
What is not correct?
So, well, I know that you should have 130 votes.
Three. See, I think I messed up this, so thank you. Thank you. Let me know, Rafa, you good with those? Okay. I think I
This is
just,
why we keep track of it in two places. Thank you. And
that
thank you,
is,
Brandon.
yeah.
Are there any other comments before we move on to the next part of Canvas?
The keyboard and this, the hard drive and all that, who has custody of that?
I have custody of this on the cloud and it's shared to our server here. And I can distribute this out if needed.
So if we needed to get a court order to sequester that, who would be the person that would have to? be
Me.
serving with that?
So after we're done, I'll protect the sheets, password protected. You can ask for it. I can send it out with the password.
The only reason I ask is I noticed how easy it was to change that. I didn't realize it was that easy.
So to be
Just an
clear,
observation.
the manager is the person who is the custodian of the records. You're creating a public record in here, so the manager is the custodian. That is Gary Esslinger.
Okay.
Well, sorry, you can,
That's okay.
yeah.
Understood.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, corrections? Hearing none, I see the challenge,
Okay, so, yeah, we're gonna move on to the challenge for the hatch area. And AJ and Anna will be checking the challenges.
Do I need to make another category for challenges?
no.
Okay.
But we do need to know just how many challenge ballots there are. And then if you would please state what the process is with record.
Take them all
I
out.
guess we'll just track them down.
Yes, like a counter.
I'll track them. Are you gonna put something yourself?
It's not gonna show up here.
I have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you. And would you please state the process for the challenge ballot being submitted and how we verify it?
Okay, so one at a time, AJ and Anna will take them to their department to look them up in their computer in TruePoint. And see according to whatever the challenge is on the envelope, why it's being challenged, if they're valid votes or not.
Thank you. And to be clear, be sure I understand correctly, on the day of voting, they were unable to be identified on the voter roll.
Exactly. That is correct.
So they were permitted to vote, and we are confirming their eligibility
That is correct.
as get the term for it, valid electors.
I mean, you're gonna have to reveal the identity of the voter.
We have to reveal the identity of the challenge vote. That is correct. Okay,
Okay.
How does your legal counsel feel about that? How does your these attorney feel about that? She has an opinion on what.
Samantha.
I'm probably not gonna ask her to come in and state her opinion today. This is the process we've followed in the past. I am not aware of there being an issue with, identifying the votes that we are trying to authorize.
Okay,
The only reason I ask is on that other ballot that I questioned, the envelope wasn't shown in order to preserve the confidentiality of that person's vote. You're gonna share the identity of these people.
no,
We are not sharing identity of voters.
we can share their customer ID number, I believe, right?
Isn't that the
No,
same thing?
we are not sharing any of that information. Anna and AJ are the designated representatives for the election team who will take the confidential information, separate it, remove the ballot and set it aside. That's why they each have a basket. They are only going to touch one at a time. That ballot will stay visible in that basket. They have to leave to get to their desk, to get to the records where they will verify whether that is a legal vote or not. Remember, nobody's turned away from the polls.
Right.
So if you couldn't be found in the voter rolls that day, they will verify that you are actually not in EDID's membership today, and then that vote will not count. If they find them today, even though we didn't find them on the voter rolls at the polling place, that vote will be counted. Nobody will have access to the confidential information either way, other than those two.
Well, because that's a little different. That's why I asked for them to ask you to come in, because they were saying that we were gonna find out the identity of the voter.
We should not. That should not occur. I don't know who said that. I was on the
I'm
call.
sure it was me. And so to be clear, when a valid ballot is identified, it will be added to the remaining ballots for that precinct and counted at that time.
Right.
At the time the voter appeared and they were told that they were gonna be challenged because they were not found, they were informed that so they can disclose their identity, correct?
Voters are allowed to disclose, we cannot, right? Voters are allowed to disclose anything they want related to what happened to their vote, yes.
Okay, it was just a point of clarification.
And then let's say, Herman, that we find one that's not valid, that they can't vote. That ballot's going right back in with all of that paperwork. If you go to court and you get a court order, the judge is gonna view those in camera.
Understood. I mean, given the way the tally is right now, it'd be a non-issue.
You always have to consider that, right? And so for education for everybody here, let's say we have 2 challenged votes and 2 of them are at issue, but we have a divide of 60-something votes. Those 2 don't actually matter. They won't swing the election either way. We still do our best to verify whether they count, but they don't swing the election. So that's, to your point, that's absolutely correct. And I will stay off my phone so I can come back in here quicker. Sorry about
And I
that.
think you should copy like the sheet so that way we
Thank
can
you.
reconcile each. You know what I'm
Did we
saying?
answer your question? Thank you very
Yeah, I
much.
just wanted to make sure that you weren't going into,
Gotcha.
There should be no
going
point.
into deep water.
It should not be possible to identify an individual with their vote.
Correct.
All right, so if I understand the process, each of you are going to take one of these. And is it the intention of staff that we hold the vote, have you verified it?
Yes.
Until I come back.
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say you could put the ballots up there, but we'll just ignore.
So if you would like a donut, a cup of coffee, or wash your hands.
Yeah, I think all those, like, those and all information with people's names is a protected activity.
We're still in session, we're not in recess. But they've got 5 of these to verify, so it's gonna take them several minutes at least.
To be clear, where do we want to count these challenge votes?
From the precinct, they were challenged.
Okay, under absentee north, central, south.
So you don't have to wait. You could continue polling ballots and counting the ones that are not challenged.
Okay.
You don't have to wait for them to come back.
Okay,
It's going to take them several minutes. Sometimes it takes hours to verify some of those.
Could we get potentially another staff member to help pull the ballots or Scott?
Let me go find someone who's available.
James, I think.
There you are. Have a seat, my lady. You're in trouble. You happen to be walking down the hall at the right time. How about them apples?
Wow.
So, right through this door, Leah will show you what is needed. You're welcome.
probably move the challenge box, please, so it's the challenger, the thing, verify that. That box, we got to. Yeah.
Lunch is here. I would suggest a working lunch today. It appears we could be here for a while.
Will we finish validating the challenge ballot? I would say we should.
Oh, well,
No, just the.
okay, let's do it. Let's keep going. Yeah.
Karen,
Chair.
Oh, thank you.
all right,
This person did not have a designation of affidavit. When he or she. voted. So there was no affidavit. Notarized.
So they were allowed to vote, but were not, didn't have a corporate designation. Was it a corporation, a trust? Or another entity?
It was an LLC.
It was an entity and it didn't have the corporation designation.
Correct.
So if they didn't follow the procedure, were you able to verify that that corporation exists?
No, because it is the first and last name and they did not list their.
Because you could not find them. Cannot assign it to, so as you can't find them on the voter roll. You cannot assign it to a particular place to vote. So if you could not find, if you don't know that person, don't know their corporation, essentially that's why we have a corporate designation form. So if you could not find them on the voter rolls, then the vote does not count.
This one's the same way, the person did not have an affidavit with it and only first and last name, there was no other information.
And you did not find a corporation of similar name or anything like it. If the person is not known to you. Yeah, it's simple. If you cannot find it on the voter rolls, they do not count. So put the ballot back in with that envelope, set those off to the side as not counting, because I assume Mr. Ortiz is going to challenge that before it.
I'll get you in just one moment. I just want to be clear, I don't want to confuse things, I want to complete it.
Hey, guys, let's put those on this side. That way.
Yes. Put those separately.
Do we want to see them?
You do not want to reseal them.
Okay.
Can we return them to the challenge box?
Not until we have them
Not
all
until
clipped.
we have the box cleared out. This was not in the challenge. Well, let me see, where's the challenge box?
It's down there.
Yeah, so not until the rest of them are out of there.
Okay.
So that challenge box is currently empty.
And I would mark on that outer envelope somehow that whoever validated who, write your initials and write that you did not find them on the voting list.
Mr. Ortiz,
Just question, were you able to confirm if they were with resident freeholders owning 2 acres or more?
I cannot find their
Can you
name.
clarify that? I have,
Mr. Singh, Mr. Ortiz is.
That was just my question, I mean, because the statute says resident freeholders owning 2 acres or more, doesn't say voter rolls. I'm just questioning, what records you checked, I mean, the county clerk records may be different than the EDM.
They're not. Our records are mirrored from the county's records, and so it's cataloged in our system similarly. And they checked the official assessment rolls for EBID, which are recognized by the court as the official records for the district water rights. So if they could not find them on the rolls, they're doing what they're supposed to do here.
That wasn't my question, my question is, do they hold legal title to 2 acres or more within the district?
So they just said they could not verify that.
That's not what I heard that they were not on the voter rolls and that they did not have an affidavit of designation. My question is just real simple, are they resident freeholders of 2 acres or more within the district?
That could not be verified. So we're gonna move on. We've got a lot of these. If you don't like the process, actually Judge Arietta is waiting for your call if you'd like to.
All right, so with that, thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for that.
I can clarify maybe his comment. I had several people call me, they were flat raters. They asked, can they vote? And I said, I don't know, I guess you can. I'll call you back. Within a very short period, 10, 15 minutes, I'll call them back and say, no, you cannot vote as a flat rater. Now, whether they call a bunch of people and never call them back, I can't say that I made a mention, yes, they can vote. But then I verified that I was wrong. So that's what maybe the confusion is.
Yeah, that's usually what it is. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. All right, so with that, let me let the two of you move on to your next challenge ballot.
So are the trays for us to put?
That's where your ballot stays while you take the
Right,
confidential
so these-
information with
these
you.
are-
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, the ones that are open, put them here where the challenges go. By this orange paper, and then we're good. And then you guys take out the other two and start it over. Okay. What are those from?
Those are from Hatch.
The north.
North.
Okay. Okay. Juan, you ready? We're gonna start with the count.
We're gonna start with the north counts.
Please,
All right, we're gonna continue with the north. Okay, so 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 no vote, 9 South. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
Hold one moment. Sorry to be a pain, not this one you just read, but the previous one. We might have clicked James instead of John. Not this one, but the previous one.
What do you have?
All right. And I stuttered, I should have said something.
Oh,
sooner.
I'm on it.
Going too fast and hurting.
All right. Thank you,
You
Mr.
want
Copeland.
for is James and John?
So-
That one?
I think so. Or not this
Number
past one, but the
9-4.
previous one.
Board members for this count.
I reversed it. I made an error, sorry.
All right, and you recognize it?
I recognize it with
Very
Rafa's
good.
count.
Does-
Thank
so,
you, PK.
Does anyone think differently? Thank you very much for speaking up, Mr. Colquitt. Not yet, not yet. Give me another ballot.
One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
Thank you. We'll hold there with no more else out of the box. From our challenge verifier.
Okay, this is, a valid vote. I have confirmed that this is a valid vote.
Very good,
And I have confirmed with the valid vote as well.
very good. So the ballots will go into the box. Because they can't be associated with the envelope.
Oh, right.
No.
So the valid ballots will be placed within the ballot box with the other uncounted votes.
You don't want them to sign their name to those and
No, I do not want them identifiable in any way.
Okay.
The envelopes, we should note. If you determine that they were valid. And that they were added to the box for ballots. And they will come out at some point. Unidentifiable, the two challenge documents. Yeah, he's being through that, because that will go into the challenge box with the other challenge envelope.
Okay. They're right there, not behind the ballot box.
That is,
There's one, I will go twice. Thank you.
thank you, and at this time, please continue taking ballots from your ballot.
One Randy, three Preston, five James, six Rafa, seven John, eight PK, nine Henry. One Dwayne, three Stephen, five Frank Paul, six Tracy, seven James, eight PK, nine Sal. One Randy, three Stephen, five Frank Paul, six Tracy, seven John, eight PK, nine Henry.
All right, Karen, please stop there. But no, I'd like that book down.
One Randy, three Stephen, five James, six Rafa, eight James. Let me go back on that, so I'm gonna say, so it's seven is James, eight is PK, nine is Sal.
All right, report on the challenge ballot.
It is ballot.
Very good. Would you please have that ballot added to the box of ballot? Would you please lock and secure that box? No. That's the box I'm asking to be locked.
Oh.
Would you please lock and secure that box?
Did you want to verify on us first?
No.
No.
No, there was only one more.
Oh, okay.
The reason is we're going to go get lunch. And I want to be sure that information comes out of that box. Very good. At this point in time, I will note that the ballot box is locked and closed. All ballots that have been extracted from the box have been counted. I want to take a moment to confirm the votes on the board and the votes on the computer. I confirm that the board and the computer match. We are going to remain in session. So the recording is going to be continuing. I mentioned that to folks because you're normally used to lunch, taking a time, your conversation is not recorded. It is today. And we're going to allow people to go to lunch. All of our guests are welcome to get food as well. And we're going to break for 10 minutes to get food and come back to your place.
Can we confirm PK?
I got it.
Oh, you got it? Okay, never mind. We are consistent, so.
Okay.
Where
So-
would you?
Where does the tally stand in terms of the Hatch precinct votes?
So this is the Hatch precinct vote.
That was it?
No.
We're pausing.
We're pausing to get food.
I know a lot more people in that voted.
Mr. Ortiz, are you asking me to announce the current status of that?
No, I misunderstood. I thought you said that was all the votes from Hatch.
No, we're just pausing to get lunch,
Thank you.
and come back to our places, and we will continue telling you those at that time. I ask you to try to get food and come back to your chairs in the next 10 minutes.
We could take turns.
No, I
Just one.
What do you think?
You're gonna stay here, so I should go. Not gonna leave. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Cross sites work for something, right?
That's a good thing.
Want me to get you a plate?
So I'm gonna get it for me, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good. Good to see.
Barry, have you heard about the Panama and the Mexican Panama Canal? There's some proposal, this has been going for decades, but they think they're trying to get it financed with US engineers. And they wanna build something in Guadalajara or somewhere and cut through those mountains and create another Panama Canal.
Where?
In Mexico.
Oh.
Yeah,
The Amistad Dam,
what's that?
with the Amistad Dam.
I don't know, I think so, because but that.
IBWC is working
Very
on
much
it.
down here in this, delivering water from the, Eagle Pass farmers.
Yeah.
As I say, they're very much behind.
Well, they're having a lot of issues at Amistad Dam right now. They're having, seepage of the groundwater and they're having to rehab the whole dam right now. So I know IBWC and Mexico is working in tandem together to actually fix that.
People think it's insane.
It's actually kind of the equivalent of the Hoover Dam is failing and they need to fix that. Pretty heavy lift for them. I think they said it was like $105 million to help repair that seepage or something. Maybe it was 200, I forget the exact number, but 80+ million so far budgeted, and they don't even know exactly how much else is needed in addition.
And there's parts of, Mexico and the Sonora and the land.
Right, and so that's kind of similar to this issue, is that water was going down and
Encroachment from
the seepage was just like, yeah.
It's going through, I mean, real
I
bad.
mean, it's crazy, they're doing everything they can to kind of fix that.
I don't know, she doesn't want to be disturbed. Yeah.
Okay.
So far, there's no.
Good. What,
Go to Mexico City.
what line do you have? Yeah. Same thing as you, the younger brother, for the baby. Yeah.
I know from the guy that Jimenez, very aggressive. And they're really,
That's crazy.
and more power to the people. Maybe just getting more power politically.
I heard you voted for him, PK. Si se puede. It's crazy how many people will follow down there. Everyone will. Yeah, Grady went, it's a car.
Yeah. Once you're. Is that why I think? Yeah. Yeah.
Right, Rangers. I guess so, huh? Finance and development. Yeah, it's good, something like it.
Usually finishes first.
We have a question.
Yes, Joe, I would say I'm verifying and also Rafa.
Or that challenge.
Sorry, what's your name? Brenda.
Not normally. Our staff, a few more minutes to eat. So that they can eat more at the same time. And then we'll get started again. Yeah, that's all it is. I'm 3 steps ahead of the boss.
Well, we're all gonna get there, whether it's 3 or 10 or whatever.
You know, some people just try harder.
Is that right?
Yeah, I just be trying real hard on time. I just don't work.
Yeah, don't work so hard on that one.
I'm enjoying myself. We don't have fun doing it.
We got to. Big part of life.
Well, it's got a big deal, and I got be a younger than my dad.
You don't have to.
And my fingers and thoughts.
You're
Now,
not
not anymore.
That'd be more.
You know what? You've heard some info there. That's right. Anybody that has parents or they see fire.
Oh, yeah.
They're right at it.
That's so I
They fight them. You get it done. Remember that. Not a stretch.
That's true. Curious about over here. Yeah, so you, he got, degree in, mathematics. He didn't want to be an engineer. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I'm trying to say.
I didn't know what it was. I wanted to get that.
Really?
Yeah.
Any specific position or?
There's no way I could have you go back. Tell we go like
I took on mathematics, I took all the courses and calculus and then, physics, well, everything is for, that's why I look up for my, senior year.
Yeah.
So we never took that courses and I said, well, this is all the deals that we are. What? Trying to figure out, maybe, yeah.
Can I still want those minutes?
Yeah.
Those jalapeno flavor or kiwi? No, seriously? Oh, who's that? You know, be jalapeno minutes.
Greg,
And so they look.
do you want to address this, just to ask them whenever you call it open?
And,
They asked, just to make sure their question was addressed.
They, went on here and, they're there. I appreciate you answering.
Okay.
They're all sold. But somehow or another, my dad was able to get some. Yeah, I did in Mexico and things, and so the rest is kind of history, but I kind of use my money for my breakfast. Trees. Oh, yeah.
This is kiwi.
I was gonna say, this tastes a lot like, man,
And so even though it's get
weirdest tasting kiwi I've ever had.
That's it, and try.
I am really, really.
Yeah. So
It's a paleta.
We did not just getting a.
I knew I needed to take it, but I knew I had. And I needed better money, so I got my better money.
Go ahead.
Mine came out of the family, and it came out of my store.
I did the same thing.
And slowly but surely.
In my case, it was.
So they went up here, and believe it or not, they were all in their nineties. And they were on a burn, and they never took out any. They never. So the first price they came to me. So really try. Concept that they're doing for the others. I kind of learned. No.
Oh,
Yeah, we're back. We got the
So
channel.
we're good, okay.
All right. Thank you very much for your patience, everyone. We will return to counting the votes. If you please unlock the ballot box.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Franzoil.
I was just gonna verify that the totals are correct before we proceed.
Thank you. I looked at them and I confirmed that they are as we read.
And you're good on this, Master.
Also, have verified the vote as we left it. You're ready, Mr. Franzoil, you will.
I'm ready.
One, Randy. Three, Preston. Five, James. Six, Rafa. Seven, John. Eight, PK. Nine, Henry. One, Dwayne. Three, Stephen. Five, Frank Paul. Six, Tracy. Seven, John. Eight, no vote. Nine, Sal. One, Randy. Three, Stephen. Five, James. Six, Rafa. Seven, John. Eight, PK. Nine, Henry. One, Randy. Three, Preston. Five, James. Six, Rafa. Seven, John. Eight, PK. Nine, Henry. One, Dwayne. Three, Stephen. Five, James. Six, Rafa. Seven, John. Eight, PK. Nine, Henry. One, Randy. Three, Preston. Five, James. Six, Rafa. Seven, John. Eight, PK. Nine, Henry. One, Randy. Three, Preston. Five, James. Six, Rafa. 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 no vote, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. Three Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 no vote, 9 Henry. Hold on one second. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
We all have one moment, please. Sir. So I've got this place over 23 votes on the board. I've counted it several times and took out 23. I had 24 votes on the computer. Mr. Lack, no, you've been keeping count. What do you go for?
Place you, 24.
I've heard another one, 24.
I have 24 as well.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask the board to be updated to 24 votes for Mr. Claypool. Thank you all. Eddie. Please continue.
One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 no vote. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James. All right, so what we have here for 8, we have Joseph Biden checked off. So
That is a valid vote. So you would finish reading, write Joseph Biden down. We can note that he's the precinct 8.
yes, Precinct 8. You got a challenge there, man.
It's a big challenge, hopefully.
Please continue.
Okay. 9 Henry. All right. 1 Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. Okay, on this one, we have actually just 1 vote in precinct 1, but both boxes are checked.
So we will confirm that as a no vote in precincts 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and an invalid vote for precinct 1.
Correct.
And I saw the challengers acknowledge that was correct. Thank you.
One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. Okay, so we got one side completely filled out, and we have one check on precinct 1, so that's the one. That's it. And then we'll vote for them. All right, so 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 no vote. 9 Sal. One Dwayne. 3 Preston. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Rapa. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rapa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. Play this here. The top one of the box, kind of back down with the, then you get to below. So
I think you should probably let them see it. It looks like one of them is scratched out, but
I would just not count.
not count either.
Well, if both the boxes are checked, that's what we've done historically. There's no,
So on precinct 1, Dwayne has a X, so does Randy has an X. On Dwayne's, it's X and scratch kind of marked out. So it's kind of get 2 votes there.
Initial?
No.
that's what I was gonna say. If it's not written on there, I wouldn't count it. As a correction.
Get the others.
So. Board set canvas to vote. We have a ballot. We have 2 markings, one of them including a scribble. No additional or other indication to designate that it was a correction. It is my opinion, those are 2 marked boxes for the same precinct.
It's covered all day long, right? Well, stay with what we've been doing.
The standard is you have to be able to readily identify the intention of the voter if there are other markings on the page. So it's a good question to ask. Did they scratch something out and initial it? But even in that instance, it may not rise to the level of good, quality notice of their intention. So if you're unclear on what their intent was, they didn't vote.
I would just ask if that ballot be segregated with the other questionable ballots.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Singh, you had a comment?
Just a comment for the future, not to solve this, is it would be good that you have a projector to show those votes, to show each of your members, board members to see exactly what they're talking about instead of comment. And as it is, it's a verbal comment, which that's the only thing I can do today. You can't change it. I'm just saying for the future, you should have a projector to show those ballots, and that way you can make a proper decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. So,
I made that same
we have it,
recommendation.
I mean, to me, it's a clear indication of a correction, but that's just me.
thank you. So what I've heard the board set to canvas is that we have 2 marked, the scribble on one of them, and to treat it as 2 marked votes for that precinct. Is there dissent from the board?
Can I make a comment
In one moment, Mr. Ortiz.
before you vote?
Well, we're not voting on it. I'm just asking for if there's this a dissenting opinion, which could be voiced. Mr. Ortiz.
Well, it's clearly a correction. There's no doubt. Anybody could see that. I mean, I'm just saying, it's not a scribble. He scratched out the X for Dwayne and he voted for Randy, whoever this person was, or she. But I mean, I think any reasonable person would say that's a correction. I don't care who they are. That would be the conclusion. I mean, Samantha, you might disagree, but that would be my conclusion. And I think
My role is not to make those calls, so.
Right.
But that said, I do appreciate the.
And I would like that the gentleman show that ballot to each one of you so you can verify what I just said.
Thank you. I'm not going to change the procedure in the middle of this, but I do appreciate the comments for that, Mr. Ortiz, and they certainly, well, all the comments we receive, we will consider for how to set up the canvassing in the future. That said, I've heard from my board that they count that as 2 marked candidates for precinct 1, which means it is an invalid vote. Please continue with the count for that ballot.
Okay. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, no vote. 7, John. 8, no vote. 9, no vote. One, Dwayne. 3, Preston. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, Sal. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, Sal. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rapa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. Yeah. All right, so we got on one full side, everything's voted. Right, they're all boxes checked, 1 box, you know, say, see that top one. For the center, right? Okay, 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rapa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rapa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rapa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rapa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. One, Randy. 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. We got marked. Good. On the other side. We'll see the exact votes. Okay. All right, so we got 1 Randy, 3 no vote, 5 no vote, 6 Tracy, 7 no vote, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 no vote, 5 no vote, 6 no vote, 7 no vote, 8 no vote, 9 no vote. 1 Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 no vote, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. Yeah. Okay, so we have both sides checked on this ballot. So comparing the sides, both sides, it looks like there's was it 2? 6 and 7. look like they're 6 and 7, look like different votes, but the rest of them. Yeah, 6 and 7, maybe. Then, yeah.
Well, he needs to see both sides, right, Mr.?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So on each side, precinct 6 and 7, we have a candidate that's marked, and then on the other side, 6 and 7, the other candidate's marked as well.
So, given that both sides of the ballot are marked, I understand what's been explained correctly. Precinct 6 and 7 have both candidates marked.
Yes,
So, precinct 6 and 7 on this ballot have both candidates marked. One of them marked on one side of the ballot, and the other one marked on the other side of the ballot. Based on the will of the board at this point, I would consider the votes for precinct 6 and 7 to be invalid on this ballot. Is there, I'm misinterpreting that committee, was there any dissent? Hearing none, precinct 6 and 7, the votes are considered invalid. Please read the remainder of the precinct.
okay. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 is invalid, 7 is invalid, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
And that's the end of the.
Okay.
This point in time, not just me, everybody, to confirm that the vote on the board and the vote on the computer are the same.
Do I want to wrap it to you?
I've been following it, and I expect them to be the same.
Give me 1 second, let me finalize these, and then I will let you guys confirm. Here, go ahead. You guys finalize it. You good?
I have one more vote for John than you do.
So. How many votes do we have for John?
I show 55 on both the board and on the computer. I have not noticed a discrepancy since the one that was noted earlier. Okay.
Is.
Give me just one moment to look at the other calendar. District count. I believe I heard the other calendar say she also has 55.
Yeah.
Mr. Lack, you had a question? Mr. Roby Rosa?
I'll change mine to match yours, 55.
Very good. So those are the vote counts that I show for the 7. You please write it, leave the towels there. Please write in orange at the bottom of each block, the total vote count. So for Dwayne, it's 42. For Mr. Rye, it's 54. Mr. Lyle, it's 42. For Mr. Tharp, it's 53. Mr. Frank Hall Saltek, 37. For Mr. James Sloan, it's 58. Mr. Rafael Roby Rosa, it is 58. Ms. Esslinger is 36. Mr. James Saltek is 39. Mr. Clay Schultz is 55. Mr. Colquitt is 79. Mr. Nunez is 33. Mr. Ludwig is 61.
And Joseph Biden won.
Thank you. Joseph Biden won. Thank you very much. I almost missed that one. So with that, if you would please secure the ballot in the ballot box. Yes, close the line. The challenge is going to the challenge box.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you for doing it. So let's do the challenge in the next section. I think it's yours.
We're not gonna.
No, no, okay.
That challenge. I want to get those secured. So
Okay.
please secure those into the
The challenge box.
challenge box. Unlock the challenge box. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, please. All right, that's why the counted ballots for the north area have been counted and secured. Mr. Franzoy.
I was just gonna ask to tie out the totals. I know that we have the totals for each precinct. I want the totals for all precincts
Sure.
or areas.
By the calendar prepared to confirm the total for all precincts, or do you need a little bit of time?
I need to add mine. I would need to add mine on.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess for our staff, and then we will confirm those numbers when we get back.
Yeah, you want to start to add that one. For James.
You left them.
I'm just gonna leave it like that. But I'll write it over.
No, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't mess up. I don't think I did, but just kind of being fair, I guess.
So far, looks good.
Okay. Yep.
A long day in it.
Then we have the board meeting first.
I know, oh man. It's gonna have to be tomorrow.
No.
Yeah, right, that's what.
It took us 2 hours to patch. It takes another 4 hours, it'll be 5 by the time we're done.
Yeah, it's been. Yeah. That can. But it was a lot of absentee votes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Probably in the next hour, I was like,
Okay, we're gonna swap and Juan is gonna go home. Also, Karen's gonna come in and be down on white. You guys get a break? You need anything to drink?
I think I'm
I
good.
don't know, no one else.
Yeah, you know that Greg, no one.
But I'll just switch, yeah. So part of it is refund.
And I'll be down again.
I bet it's gonna be tomorrow, probably gonna do this at 5. Are you guys gonna go past?
My understanding, I'm not sure.
You guys go past 5, I'll just do financial presentation.
Thank you guys. When this election is looking like this, you guys should stay. And I'd encourage you to tell everybody around you know, or on the call to stay on. So you guys can see that new model I was telling you about too, and then you can see kind of where we're at.
Okay, sounds good.
Your cats are not gonna know my number. Tell your cats you're not gonna have to.
No, have to take my cat to the vet.
Oh, that's right.
When's the one my baby?
I think it'd be.
And I called, nobody had a.
Shop.
For another week.
Kind of see guys.
And I called, Hernan,
There's gonna be a lot of.
and they said, it's just wonderful. And I was like, okay. Yeah.
I have no idea. To my understanding, this is the only one in December. So you could ask. Okay. Oh, that's different then. Yeah, I think, that'd be good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So we didn't get that. So this year I have.
What's the formula you have? Oh, you're just.
All right, we are coming back to order. I will note that there is a change in our staffing. Ms. Karen Byron is going to be doing our tallying, our tallier. Donald feeling. Mr. Franzoy.
Sorry, we need to clarify who asked the question on the admin for the meeting minutes.
I'm sorry, would you state that again, please?
Whoever posted the Zoom question online, they are under admin. We need to verify that person for the meeting minutes.
Thank you. So if you are listening on Zoom and you posted a question, if you would please, we need to identify you for the minutes. Huh. Your name is listed as admin, okay.
Well, and technically we need to know for the minutes who anybody is who's not labeled with their name.
Yeah.
If it's not just this one, if there's any others. that
So
would be nice.
if you're still listening on Zoom, somebody who has their name assigned on Zoom as admin posted a question. We need to know who you are so that we can properly identify you for the minutes. Thank you. And you can, thank you. All right. Anything else, Mr. Franzoy? All right. We were going to confirm the totals. Would you please bring those up?
Yes. You have this consistent?
I have the same.
Okay, so Raphael has one discrepancy. And the rest are consistent.
I have one additional vote for John Glacial and one less vote for James Solopek, but I'll just note it.
Thank you for letting us know that. No, you don't have Mr. Biden on the master.
Yeah, I'll.
Aside from that, I concur.
Thank you, sir.
With the current tallies. Yeah, and I'll read them out. All right, the current tallies after canvassing the absentee ballots and the north voting location are Mr. Gillis 43, Mr. Garai 137, Mr. Lyles 48, Mr. Tharp 128, Mr. Frank Paul at 41.
Sorry.
Thank you. Restating that.
Yes.
The current vote tally is Mr. Gillis 85, Mr. Garai 191, Mr. Lyles 90, Mr. Tharp 181, Mr. Frank Paul 78, Mr. Sloan, 197. Mr. Roby Rosa, 188. Ms. Esslinger, 84. Mr. James Saltek, 83. Mr. Clayshall, 189. Mr. Nunez, 74. Mr. Ludwig, 199. And Mr. Colquitt, 239. Bobby Kirkendall, 1. Mr. Biden, 1.
The spelling of Joseph Biden's name is not the conventional spelling, so just remember that the spelling for writing candidates must match the ballot as it's written in.
So we had some spelling questions earlier.
Kuykendall, yeah, no,
And
but
the-
Joseph Biden is not.
Was
The
it spelled?
quick answer I gave was, if there is any concern, we will go back and review the spelling discrepancies amongst ballots. Expecting no issue there. Yeah, we are.
Wait,
But
what?
I don't know that Joe has seen that ballot, so he spelled it wrong. I don't know if that's how it was spelled on the ballot, or if that was just Joe's
Just right.
odd way of spelling Joseph.
How do you spell? the-
Joseph is typical spelling for Joseph. And that's how the actual president's name is spelled, but I don't know what was on the ballot.
Okay, that's
We are not
correct.
confirming the spellings at this time, so, but if we need to, we will go to the ballots and we will confirm them. The write-in ballots have been segregated along with any ballot discrepancies.
Let me change that over here. Okay.
Are there questions about canvas at this point? From any member of the board? From any member of the public?
And then we just need, do we need those people online to confirm? Sorry, I haven't had any confirmation.
On the person's name, you mean?
Yes.
Well, hopefully they'll put it in chat. I can't force them to reply. I've requested it. All right. At this point, moving forward, would you please bring up the challenge bin for the central voting.
There, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One is not on an envelope. 7, 8, 9.
We have 9 and we have a ballot without an envelope, is
Yes.
that correct?
That's correct.
Oh, a moment, Mr. Colquitt. All right, the first thing I'm gonna ask you to do is separate out the ballot without an envelope from all the envelopes. Just so that we know that they're separate. If we find an empty envelope, presumably that ballot belongs to it. Is there, so if there's only one, is there any dissent from the board in that being the case? All right. Need a way to be able to keep that ballot separate, please. Would you please return that ballot to the ballot? Oh, wait. Before you do that, ask our challengers to confirm that the ballot box is empty.
Oh.
Empty. I just need the envelope ballot. It's the challenge box temporarily. Thank you. Close the challenge box. We don't need to lock it. Close it. Set it as, we're gonna start counting ballots. Yeah, just the ballot box. is set. You have a procedure for verifying the challenge ballot, and I ask you to execute your procedure. Denise, thank you for sending me the ballot folder.
Yeah, they take. So we can just pull them out one of it. There are 30 people.
Yeah.
They're not interesting. Oh, these are the.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
can you tell us how many ballots are in that?
We're in the challenge. It was 9.
8, 12, 9,
There were 9, one without an empty.
Yeah. 9 total, okay.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Colquitt, you had.
So was that the unenveloped ballot? Was that casted here on voting day at this location? If it did, I was there and I saw that a gal accidentally got confused and put it in the challenge box.
So, Mr. President, the answer would be yes. These are ballot boxes from the day of the election because the early and absentee was separate. That box is closed on the day before polls open, right? Because we cannot accept anything on election day that was absentee technically. That's a difference in our statutes versus regular election statutes. So those are all separated. So then each polling place has 2 ballot boxes for the day of. A regular voting box, which is what Delise is holding, and a challenge box. And so if what PK is saying happened, then that vote needs to count. It should have been in this box.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the comment as well, okay. I'm gonna wait for the rest of the challenges to be sorted out, and, just in case there's an empty challenge envelope.
And again, the helpful thing about, even though we have a low budget election, the helpful thing about the way our election runs is it's all on camera. So if that is the case, we will have seen that on the camera, if there is a challenge of some sort, but it's probably good to sequester that ballot nonetheless. It does sound to me like it would be a valid ballot, but.
Who has custody of the video footage of that, and is it a public?
The records custodian for the irrigation district.
And is it your position that's a public record?
It is not a public record because it involves the safety of our employees. However, I don't think Judge Arrieta will have a problem handing that over for in-camera viewing if we do have an election dispute. And if, we have been ensuring that it is being maintained. I frankly don't know what our normal maintenance obligations are or what we normally do. But the instruction was issued to ensure that all footage from all days of election, all voting is available.
So it's been backed up and to make sure. it's-
I can't verify that. I'm not the one doing it. The instruction was given, right?
Who would know the answer to that question?
Again, the records custodian is Barry Esslinger, and he would be the person to direct all of that request and whatnot too.
Thank you, Ms. Stolpik, thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Board of Directors, is there anything else you would like to answer before we continue with the canvass? Hearing none, please proceed with counting the ballots.
And to clarify, this is central again, right?
Correct.
Okay.
First one, a little slow, is Karen gets used to marking.
Okay, we have one vote here. Let me just go both sides here, Mark, both sides of the ballot. Precinct 6, but that's the only vote on it, so. So I'm gonna just start from 1 and work my way down. 1, no vote, 3, no vote, 5, no vote, 6, Tracy. 7, no vote, 8, no vote, 9, no vote. One, Dwayne, 3, Stephen, 5, Frank Paul, 6, Tracy, 7, John, 8, PK, 9, Henry. One, Dwayne, 3, Preston, 5, James, 6, Rafa, 7, John, 8, no vote, 9, Sal. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal.
Hold the count there for one moment.
Oh.
All right, our, report from our calendar.
On, the ballot I verified, it's a flat rate. Less than 2.
Thank you.
This one does have water rights, over 2 acres. However, it's in a trust, and I don't know, it doesn't specify a reason for the challenge. It wasn't noted, so I don't know if a designation of representative was notarized.
Thank you. All right, so let's deal with the more simple one. We have a ballot cast from an individual that is verified to have water rights at their flat rate. I believe they are not a qualified elector, so therefore the ballot is invalid. All right, would you please return that one to the envelope? And put it back into the challenge box, yeah. All right. We have another one that we can, Water Rights Division has confirmed that the individual has valid water rights. It is in an entity, and they did not provide an affidavit or reason or not having them.
Did we look at the voter rolls to see if they had already voted in absentee? Because that's often why a provisional ballot is issued, right? That they show up on election day and they've also voted previous to that.
Sure, I don't know.
That may also be why there's not a designation with this ballot. It might have been with another one.
I don't have that. We haven't compared it to that absentee. I don't know that.
So I would sequester the ballot and we can verify that with the voter rolls, signature rolls, later. But if they do hold land, right? We prefer that they follow our process and let us know that they are authorized to vote on that land. However, if they don't, we have a different issue, and that is, well, did they vote previously? Did they otherwise vote? They still own 2 acres of land. They're still qualified to vote. They just didn't follow the proper election process. So I would probably recommend that you figure out and verify and take a few more steps before you decide whether to count or not count the ballot.
So AJ, are you able to review the voter log to see if they had voted in another precinct at another election time?
That would be a Leah question. Leah maintains those.
All right, I mean, I would like to get that vote canvassed if we can today. Let's set it aside. Seal it, close in this envelope for the moment. I'd like to get through the rest of the challenges with you and Anna first, and then I'll have you switch places with Leah to go confirm that on the voting rolls.
Is it okay if I just put it on here?
Mr. Ortiz.
So is the record showing that the actual property in the name of a trust, or that's just on the billing information, or what's the actual, who actually holds the land, the title to the real estate that you can say, you can tell?
We cannot say.
No, but I mean, is it in the name of the individual acting as trustee or the name of the trust?
It's in a trust.
It's an actual trust,
It's in a trust, yes.
and that's what it says?
Yes.
And as you know, a trust is not a resident, right? And so that's why the name corporate designation, we give that residency to someone who owns the trust But we've run into the problem where the trust is not a resident freeholder by law. So someone has to vote for the trust.
Correct. I'm just curious, because a lot of people have been using these, living trusts for estate planning. And, whether that's good advice or not, I'm not here to say, but I'm just curious, exactly how the land is actually, the title to the land says the name of the trust.
Yes. And sometimes it's easy, right? Sometimes it's in care of trustee so-and-so, and that's the trustee who filled out the provisional, and that's an easy call.
Right.
But if it's trust of Joe Smith and Robert Fabian shows up to vote for Joe Smith, we've got a problem. We can't necessarily verify that. That is why we've asked people to sign under oath if they are legally accessing this ballot.
No, I understand the dilemma, and just, I have a problem with not counting the ballot if the person.
I do too. I have a big problem with not counting it, and I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that it be sequestered until we can get the voter rolls and see if there's something that can give us some guidance from there.
Okay, that's fair.
I believe we're on the same page, Mr.
Yeah.
Ortiz. We want to count the ballots. We want to ensure that we aren't irrevocably counting a ballot that isn't valid.
Understood then.
So with that, I will ask on an AJ to continue with your procedure,
Yes, sir.
and please continue with the candidates that are voting.
That's good. That's good. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal.
Sorry.
Go ahead and get that mark done.
Yeah.
There's a second marker on the table.
This is it.
Switch markers.
You get a better marker.
Well, all of my staff is in here. Why don't you guys tell us where the hell we're gonna find something, Karen? I'm slowly working down the hallway, grabbing more people.
I can get one.
We're gonna hold for a moment.
Well,
while
we took all of them off of there and threw them away because they were.
Okay, I know where they're at.
So I will note that one pushed on the board, I could have done tomorrow, and just forcing the ink out of the board.
The name.
That's it. Let's see if we can get on easier right. Thank you all for your patience.
Mr. President, which location is this?
Central.
Central.
Okay.
This is central main box too. The provisional box, remember, is separate. So this is the main box.
Yes.
Greg, your opinion, Central is the biggest district of all three?
In terms of the number of votes cast?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I know that can.
I don't know.
Is there more in enrollment in Central than all the other districts?
So,
Is there a larger number registered at Central?
so to be clear, we have polling locations distributed throughout the irrigation district to make voting accessible. It would be incorrect to say that you are enrolled in one of those locations.
But in your opinion, or is this, which is the largest? Which first, second, third?
I don't have an opinion on one of them being.
Throughout history, Sammy, it's always been central that is the largest. Yeah, that's pretty typical. Typically, Hatch shows up as the smaller one, south is middle, and central is the larger. That's typical of the elections.
I was thinking South would be the least. So I guess I'm wrong.
Not usually, but it is a draw between Hatch and South usually. Now, usually the least is absentee. This year, I have a feeling they were probably the most. Mhm.
So I would say, I don't have an opinion.
Is there a way you're checking to be, double counted, that they didn't mail a ballot and then they voted on the polls?
Yes,
Yeah, we have-
there is a process for that's why our statutes provide that the absentee voting closes the day before the election actually starts. Because remember, we're working with statutes that are 100 years old. They used to ride their horses to the polls, right? So the night before Staff sits down and they go through all the voter rolls and they verify who has voted as absentee. They create the polling place voter roll then that shows if you've already voted and you show up again to ask for another ballot, it shows you've already voted. You still get to vote. It just goes in the provisional box.
Gary's gonna look for some.
If there's a crime being done and they should be punished. A person can vote twice. There should be if not, people are gonna be saying, no, let's go back and vote. Again, I'm not being punished.
I can't say that we've had anybody ever try it. In my 17 years working for EVAD, I've never seen a person attempt to vote twice. I've seen a lot of illegal activity around the election. I've never seen a person actually try to procure 2 ballots.
If what my observation, my personal view, I've never seen someone push like a group of candidates. There's never kind of a fraud. It's gonna be on this election.
I
On
certainly
the
hope
mail
not.
ballots, on the mailing ballots. If there is such a push.
I certainly hope not, but staff can only do what they've always done, right? The election process didn't change just because this one happened to look different than in years past.
I feel American farmers are better than Americans. They're voting in the last election.
Mike, do you have interest?
Mike's an engineer. He should ask for
Okay.
You check with
I hope.
Apologize for the delay. We are trying to get more hands. That was a supply we didn't expect to run dry.
Oh, that wasn't it. I just got my own back yesterday. We was a freezer earlier too. We processed over 300 pounds of meat off of her. I'm not joking. It was, yeah, she was huge. I'm so excited. Eighty yards. With everything you have there. We could not, there's no meat that were about 40 feet usually. We got it.
I might have one, like right on that bulletin board inside that first office.
First office.
In my office.
All right,
There's a,
I'm gonna go check real quick.
should be right there.
We
There might be
didn't
two.
We didn't want to quarter her because she was so close to the truck, and she was so big and I don't really any meat, so we were like, this girl loaded up. Over 300 pounds.
How lucky.
I gave away.
A lot of sports companies. Curious.
Daddy and my niece butterfly. and I
Before that, it was
thought,
soccer.
and so
Oh, no.
I just ran over to her, so yesterday, she was my dad.
Summer, and she's like, "Oh, baby, basketball." School. That's all right.
It's something to be thinking about.
He does soccer and basketball too.
Basketball resolutions.
No.
What we do.
I remember, I didn't think I was gonna be late.
Bacon, but it's all that down the side. We mix that.
We caught up.
Let's
go.
And then mix
The physical markers.
Hopefully they're not.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Very good. We will return to counting the votes. We have markers. Please
That
continue.
one?
Can we we reconcile real quick, cause
I went through the votes and the board matches them.
that's fine.
If Roby Rosa, I apologize, I can't remember your name,
Brenda.
Brenda, do you see any discrepancies between the board and your count or the count on the computer?
No.
That's good. Thank you. Continue with the count.
Okay. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, Sal. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Preston. 5, Frank Paul.
Hold on a moment. Frank Paul. I continue with precinct 6.
6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Sal. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry.
Hold there for 1 moment, please. Report from our verifier.
Yes, sir. Mine was, under 2 acres.
Thank you. So we have valid water rights, but less than 2 acres. Thank you.
Thank you for it. Water rights was less than 2.
Very good. So unless there is dissent, we have two ballots that were cast by folks that are not qualified by. We continue with the
One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. Okay, before we get started on precinct 8, we have a write-in for Willie Joe Cohen. The heads up, I'm gonna go down the list.
All right. Here. All right, here we go, coming.
One, Dwayne. Three, Stephen. Five, Frank Paul. Six, Tracy. Seven, James. Eight, Willie Joe Koenig.
How is that spelled, Scott, on the ballot?
Willie. Joe. Koenig. Yep.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just this to be consistent. Okay.
Okay, so 8 was Willie Joe Koenig, 9, Sal. One, Randy. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. Frank Paul, I'm sorry, 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, Sal. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. All right, we have both sides filled up. We can verify it. Each one, it's the same on each side. Both. That side. Okay. 1 is Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, Susanna Calhoun.
Spell it for me, Scott.
Suzanne, the way they got spelled, Susana. Last name Calhoun.
And in or in?
Houn. Calhoun.
Last name's Calhoun.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
That stands there.
Thank you.
Scott, let's
Yes.
make sure that as you're reading, you're not hugging your plate like someone's gonna steal your food.
Right.
So that everyone can see,
Okay.
particularly Leah.
Okay. All right, so to finish this off, 9, Sal.
That ballot, the write-ins need to be.
I'm sorry.
Need to be placed again. Thank you.
One Dwayne. Three Stephen. Five Frank Paul. Six Tracy. Seven James. Eight PK. Nine Sal.
All right, and I ask you to hold there for 1 moment, Scott. All right, the report from our verifier.
This one. There is. Personal representative form. So the name on here doesn't match the owner's name. But there are apparently the personal representative.
All right, so.
And there are forms, I haven't conflicted with them.
We're sitting the canvas to vote. I don't know that this is the case because I don't know the information on there. Generally speaking, a personal representative form is for somebody that is deceased. I have no idea to determine whether or not that individual is eligible to vote for the deceased individual whose land is presumably in probate. So. Thoughts from the board? Do you want that vote to be cast in with the ballots, or do you want?
Oh, I missed something. Okay, sorry, I won't leave again.
We have a ballot. The person who cast the ballot's name cannot be verified. However, they presented a form saying that they're the personal representative of somebody else.
Okay, so that's like trying to vote by affidavit, essentially. A vote is particular to a particular person, right? So you cannot convey certain rights to other people. You cannot convey your right to cast a ballot to someone else. Did they put it on our corporate designation form?
I haven't looked at it. You want me to look at it?
Yeah. If there's a corporate designation form and they're the designee for an estate, for example, that you can verify 2 acres or more.
It is, a court's order, formal probate and appointment or personal representative.
So they are showing evidence of title to whatever is in that document. Were you able to verify that whoever is deceased owns 2 or more acres within EBID? Look at the case caption and it'll tell you the name of the deceased person.
It's actually, yes, in the matter of both. Yes, it is verified.
So they have 2 acres or more of land. And then the only remaining question is, did they otherwise vote? Did that person otherwise vote on the voter rolls? Did they sign the voter roll?
That I don't.
That would be a Leah question. So I would say that they're showing evidence of title to 2 or more acres. They didn't obviously follow the election process and provide the corporate designation form, but a court order is a good form. It's a very good form to use. So they're showing evidence of title. Now, the question is whether a personal representative can vote on the estate's account first, and secondly, whether they had already voted in absentee.
So the first is what is the matter I brought before the board. I don't know the answer to that. I will say that if we designate this a valid vote, it will be cast in with the rest of the ballots and unsegregated. We can't segregate it back out. And I don't know the answer to that. We leave it intact. It can be counted later.
I would sequester it with the other one that you need to look at the voter rolls on and verify on the voter rolls. What is going on there first. Again, so long as this is not a live person, it is not an issue that the vote was handled by someone else. If this was a live person and you show up and you say, Granny couldn't get out of the car, so I'm gonna vote for her. Here's my affidavit where she's given me power of attorney, that's a no-no, right? But if they're deceased and that person is lawfully controlling the land, that person holds the vote. So if they have a court-appointed document in front of you, the only other question is, have they otherwise voted?
So I sense from gestures, my board is interested in knowing whether or not the individual otherwise voted. If you'd like that checked. Is there any dissent in that? All right, please place it with the other ballot that you need to check, it, the other divisional ballot that you need to check. it.
And essentially what's happening is they couldn't find them on the voter rolls, right? So nobody signed their name for that vote. But if we find the account that AJ found to verify that ballot, and we find under that account, someone has signed, that vote can't count because their vote was otherwise in one of those boxes.
And I'll
Does
also
everyone
note
follow?
that they can't vote for their own account and the account that they're a personal representative on. We've discussed that before.
I think
And the
that's
individual can
incorrect.
only cast one vote.
They can cast a vote for the estate and a cast for themselves, vote for themselves, if they have two separate accounts.
No, I had and I was not allowed to vote for, I had my own property
So,
and the family.
The EBID rule is that you get one ballot because we had a lot of farmers coming in and saying, I split up my 1,000 acres into 500 accounts and I want to vote 500 times. So the rule is one man, one vote, even if you have multiple accounts. Now, if you have someone else to vote on that account, that's the reason for the personal designation or the corporate designation.
That's a totally different question. This is
I agree. That's not what's happened before us.
a totally different question. I mean, but the same person can vote twice in different capacities. You could vote once individually and once on behalf of your corporation. I couldn't do that.
I encourage you to challenge the election then, because the way it is set up, you get one ballot. Regardless of whether you have a personal property and a corporation property. Because again, we had people trying to split things up and get 500 ballots, where technically they were only entitled to one. And because of how the software system works for cataloging different account numbers for different farms, we had a lot of unfairness until several years ago when the board changed it to, you walk in, we don't care how many votes you might have, how many accounts you might have, you get one ballot. That's it, one ballot.
So to be clear, the Board of Directors of Elk Creek Irrigation District has considered this problem because there are different capacities. And the determination the board has made is that an individual may cast only one ballot. Your entity may appoint a different person to cast the ballot for that entity.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing the same thing essentially, you're just not accomplishing a whole lot. But I think the bigger challenge you're gonna face is the challenge from the Flathead. I think that statutory scheme is probably gonna be challenged as being unconstitutional, and then we letting you know.
It has been,
Sure.
yeah, it has been, and you're not wrong, maybe that comes again.
So I appreciate the comment, it's not germane to what's in front of us at the moment, so I appreciate that, Ms. Ortiz. So. Anna,
Okay, on this one, the person that cast the vote is not on our records as the owner or on the county.
Well, we need more explanations. So do they have a corporate designation?
No.
Is it a corporation for the, so it is owned by private landowners? And this person who voted wrote down their account number, but it's not their account? Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Okay. Do they have, does their name appear anywhere in EBID's records for their own 2 acres? Maybe they got the account number wrong.
There was no account number, just the name and an address.
So how did you verify what account they voted on?
By name,
By name, but they are not the landowner.
they are not. It appears on the name of the county and on our.
Is the name close? Is it like John Clayshult versus John K. Clayshult?
The previous.
The previous owner?
Previous owner.
Oh, well, that's a clear definitely then. If you have deed records, then
Thank
that's
you.
clear.
so we have an individual that cast a vote. They are not showing up as the landowner. of 2 or more water righted acres. Ms.
But
Dethley,
did I hear that they were the previous landowner? Did I hear that?
Not the current, so
Their name, that name is not associated with the cotton.
I'm sorry?
It's not associated with the cotton owner.
so based on what I'm understanding, they're not a qualified elector. Is there any different opinion from the board? Would you please return that ballot to its envelope? And that envelope will be returned to the ballot box. Are there any more?
2 more.
2 more, thank you. Please continue to verify those. And with that, Scott, would you please continue and through the election?
Go. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote. 8 no vote. 9 Sal. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. Yeah, before I get started here, precinct 8 has a write-in, Willie Koenig, but there are no boxes checked.
Is it Willie Joe Koenig?
I just says Willie Joe, but there's no boxes checked.
Did it say Willie Joe Koenig or did it say Willie Koenig?
Willie Koenig.
Willie Koenig.
Okay, I'm just gonna,
That's a different person.
But there's no boxes.
that's why I asked, just to make sure.
All right. 1 Dwayne.
Wait, one moment, please.
They don't get a vote.
There was no vote, they're just written in.
Oh. They were written in but not checked.
Correct.
That's fantastic.
So just give me a heads up.
Well, that's an indication of a vote. I would be careful with that. I would be very careful.
Let's just start from the
with-
top.
Yeah, start from the top, but
So,
if they indicate an intention to vote for someone else, even if they don't check the box, it,
correct.
indications can be a lot of things, so be careful not counting certain votes.
So. Board of Directors set canvass this vote. Somebody wrote in a name but didn't check the box. Thank you. I'm hearing an indication that the Board of Directors counted as a vote. People coming down for Willie Koenig. All right,
So I'm gonna start from the top and we'll be sure to not double up on this. Precinct 8.
Double up on this particular ballot.
What?
so the tally is currently correct.
Yeah, I'm gonna, this is, I'm just giving you a heads up, there's something different with this one, so that's why you're seeing the name there, but I'm gonna start from the top and work my way down.
Very good, thank you.
So 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 Willie Koenig, 9 Sal. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal.
You hold there for one moment, please. I'm getting there. The tallies are correct. That said, as a recorder on James Sloan, we have 3 tallies on that first one and it didn't get finished. Would you please put 2 tally marks there? Thank you. Please continue with the canvas.
All right, 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal.
All right, hold there for a moment. Our verifier.
This one is flat rate.
Thank you very much.
This one, kind of similar situation as before, it's gonna have to be verified with the voter.
Why?
It's, the person said it's a personal representative. The account name is not, doesn't reflect the name of the person involved. But the person says that it's the personal representative.
Did they submit a personal representative document?
This one sounds a little different than the previous one. So what was the circumstance? What did you find?
There's an account, it's, over 2 acres. But it's on a different name, and the county does not show that person as the owner.
No. So. So what they're saying is that they aren't the, it's pending, so they don't own it, the one that they voted. They're not the current owners, it's pending. And they do have another, this one does have another account, that they are also eligible to vote on. So we need to see if they voted.
Otherwise voted.
Right.
Did they bring in a contract for the sale for this property?
No.
Okay, so this would be an invalid vote, but we could assign a vote to their other account. So you need to check and see if they've otherwise voted on that account. So you can evidence title by bringing in your contract, even though you haven't finished, paying for the property necessarily, you can show title in other ways. That doesn't sound like that's what happened.
The person says the person as his representative, that those are his files. But
But did they provide a court order or a corporate designation, trust designation document? So that's also lacking. I mean, I could be the trustee for random trust and tell you that, but if I'm not swearing under oath and that real trustee comes in, we just gave the ballot to the wrong person. That's why we require that. So there's something missing definitely for the account they're trying to vote. Let's see if they legally can vote on a different account instead.
So, on this ballot, yeah, please put it in the envelope, on this ballot, we can confirm voter roll. For that ballot, so we have 3 ballots, we need to confirm voter roll on. Your ballot is not a qualified elector because they own less than 2 water rights acres. At this point in time, we have completed the qualified elector portion of the verification for the provisional ballots. Would you please put those provisional ballots back into their designated box?
No.
Yep.
No, it's not fine.
All right. So, before you lock
Yes.
that, before you close that, we have one unenveloped ballot in that box. We have a statement from Mr. Colquitt that he witnessed it, being placed in the wrong ballot box. I don't know how to handle that.
Count it on camera, you're on video. We can erase votes technically, like we couldn't in any other election if the judge tells us to, because you're on camera. That owl is staring at everything you're doing, and recording it. So count it, and if the judge tells us it wasn't a valid vote, he will erase it off of the tally. I believe that PK watched something happen that occasionally people make mistakes. That doesn't invalidate their vote.
I understand the procedure now better. Thank you. Please leave that ballot in the box for a moment.
Okay.
Greg, I wanna ask him a second question real quick. Did you see that person take another ballot knowing that they put it in the wrong box and do it twice?
One time, she threw it in the box and I guess the 3 gals doing the whole polling said, don't worry when we go to vote or whatever.
Okay, so
Or
she
count the
didn't
ballots.
grab another and put it.
No.
Okay, that's all I want. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so we have staff who were on it and they were on camera at the front. We have someone who verified and saw it happen. And we have a ballot that otherwise doesn't fit the mold without this explanation.
As long as it was casted here the day of, I saw.
This is the box for casting ballots here. So it sounds to me like that's a reasonable explanation, and this happens when you're hand tallying. You're on camera. It's all recorded. Every bit of
Okay,
it.
so I'm gonna bring up my only concern with this. So the procedure I've heard is that we're gonna take that ballot out. We're gonna recognize it's the ballot that was in the wrong box. We're gonna count it. The counting of that ballot will be on camera. We'll know that it was that ballot. Here's the issue I had. Colquitt said that he saw the voter do it, which means he can identify the voter. And so that person's vote will be identified in this canvas.
Oh, yeah, I have very actively sought to identify voters in general elections and have been successful in doing that to challenge their vote in a courtroom. It's possible. You have to do some legwork. They would have to find a witness. They would have to find the staff who were there. It's possible. So don't think that your votes are 100% confidential.
Very good. So with that, Scott, would you please read the ballot in front of you and delete don't.
Okay.
Okay. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry.
At this point in time, Anna, would you please remove the unenveloped ballot from the provisional box and give it to Scott?
One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen.
5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal.
All right, before you pull any more ballots, Elise, are there many ballots or just a handful left?
No, there's a.
Okay, at this point in time, we are going to take our 2 o'clock break. Yeah, just close. So, we'll take a 5-minute break for staff, and then we can be in the, any kind of vote.
Yeah. Lucky.
And it's long. Thank you, Anna.
Okay. Because I've gone through literally everyone I could find, so.
Okay. Anthony.
You're guarding your plate, to make sure you can see.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
He's the only one that in one, maybe,
No.
yeah.
Okay. We only have one left.
COVID. COVID. Well, and I actually, I was worried about that we would be seeing so many people for the election, that we wouldn't be well enough to actually show up and do this. I was actually legitimately concerned. Naomi's the only one so far, but
Some people.
that's, I had it 3 weeks and I still sound like I have it, but I feel fine.
That is good with you, girl.
So this is really good, but I love clean. Yeah. I like dark meat birds. I love that. Oh, I love. Crane, yeah, and breeding ducks, and so when I was in hospital, I used to leave Albuquerque. I would haul us down to the Bosque, I'd hunt until, when the sun came up until.
I'll take that last water you got over there.
Well,
Thirsty, you parched from reading?
Yeah, right. Jeez. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. I'm going back to.
And like, I think it's a little bit more beginning.
But I mean, there's a ton of
I can bring them.
I have some really good recipes that I use, that I typically don't. You can get a real kind of taste to it, and I have some good recipes that will kind of draw you out. So
Yeah.
flavor.
Listen.
They're not spicy here. Yeah.
Let's see how many are there. That was
I actually made it foil.
No, I don't. But you, yeah. But when.
A challenge for them.
There's three of us.
But if you guys want, and you guys are here, I'm like. Because, yeah. So no, I'll be back. I'll be back.
And I was.
I just asked you guys.
Right now.
One at a time, those ballots.
And
leave the ballot. Worry about coming back.
That's all.
I would say.
Yeah.
It's their choice when they do.
Yeah.
I'll ask them.
And AJ. We will continue the canvassing of the vote. Johnson is verifying the voter roll for the 3 provisional ballots as part of voter roll verification. With that, we can continue with canvassing vote.
Okay, 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal.
Scott, hold for 1 second. Let me bleed this real quick.
One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. 1 Randy. 3 no vote. 5 Frank Paul. 6 no vote. 7 John. 8 no vote. 9 no vote. 1 Dwayne. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Tracy. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One no vote. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Sal. Okay, we got both sides filled out. Verify which of them. Need a, there's 10 votes on each side. Yep. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 no vote. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Sal. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One no vote, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. The same votes on the side. Got 1. Same votes.
Okay.
Yep. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
Hold there one moment, please. Val.
Okay, so what I found on this one is the member wrote on here representative for his parent being deceased. On their account, there's no signatures on any of the voter rolls, anybody voted on theirs. But I think this is the one that he didn't have the paperwork, and I don't find an account in his name.
All right, so we have an individual who wrote on their provisional envelope. They were the personal representative for deceased parents. Cannot find that individual as a qualified elector without the property of the deceased parents. But they did not otherwise vote, or at least there was no one that voted for the property of deceased parents.
But there's no documentation that they're the personal representative.
No. They just wrote it on the envelope.
So it's my opinion, I don't have enough information to be able to definitively state that they're a qualified elector, that their ballot should be preserved.
I'll do better than that. My legal opinion would be they are not a qualified elector. They cannot show evidence of title to 2 acres or more. That is the voter's responsibility, not EDID. So that's unfortunate. It's likely they could have documentation, but if you don't have it, you cannot qualify them.
Is there a dissenting opinion from my board? Mr. Singh?
If you would send a bill and pay for it, isn't that a way of saying that he qualifies?
It's not.
So,
I pay a lot of bills for my clients through trust accounting that I'm not qualified to go vote on their account, right?
To be correct.
So that's why we require the corporation to tell us, yes, that person has our permission to vote for this.
You answered my other question is EBID required to notify this person that he's not eligible for election? And you already answered
We
no.
certainly try to be in communication, but not at this phase. We don't reach out to vote if we can.
I understand that.
thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you, Ms. Alpay. Thank you. Would you please put that ballot back into its envelope? Then set that aside to be, plate, to be put back into the provisional tub. So move the ballot from the next one you want to check?
Do I remove the paperwork as well, or just?
You may need the paperwork, just the ballot. Please continue.
Sir. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, no vote. 9, no vote. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, Sal. 1, Dwayne. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal.
There, one moment, please. Leah,
Okay, on this one, the member had the personal representative paperwork for her mother. And I couldn't find anywhere in the voter rolls where anybody voted absentee or otherwise for her mother's. I also cross-referenced her account and she doesn't have one. So she did not vote on a personal account nor as an absentee.
very good. We have a ballot that was provisionally cast. The individual is a court-appointed personal representative of a deceased landowner with an EBID who has 2 or more water rights acres and otherwise is a qualified elector. Frank Paul Sullivan. Sullivan says it sounds like a valid vote. I concur. Is there any dissent?
We didn't have another one like that. Yeah. Right? This is the first one with the personal representative paperwork for the person. We haven't had another one. My memory's getting. Okay.
You were correct.
We've heard a lot of those today.
We're good.
Given that, Leo, would you please place that ballot into the ballot box?
Yes, sir.
And we have one more to verify, is that correct?
Yes, one more.
And the envelope goes with it. Thank you.
So you understand that procedure will not allow a judge to undo what you've just done.
That's correct.
Okay. That's a point, because you could have just read it into the record and they could strike. That would be advisable.
Okay, I'm taking the
Is
last.
there
one.
anyone that disagree, is there, okay, I still dissent with
I
my
think the
choice.
damage is done, it's in the box.
I agree with that, but we may have others of these to consider.
Okay, I took the ballot out, it's in the tray and I'm going with the last one.
Thank you, please continue.
All right. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One no vote. 3 Preston. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 no vote. 8 PK. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 no vote. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Stephen. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 is Al Venegas. A-L, last name B-A-N-E-G-A-S.
And we'll know we'll write that out. A-L?
Yes.
Please continue with precinct 9.
9 south. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry.
Hold there for one moment, please. Leah.
Okay, so this account is under a trust. There's no designation of court form with it. And there was no other account number, just in the member's name.
Well, go back. So what are the full facts on this one?
They turned in their ballot in the challenge. It's under a trust, but there's no designation of court form.
So
And there's no account just under their name.
does their name in any way match the trust name?
Yes.
It does, yes. Okay, how close? Are they listed as a trustee? I would give it to them. They didn't follow the election process. It's technically invalid because they didn't follow the election process, but if you can identify them and they haven't otherwise voted and that trust otherwise didn't vote, I would say count it.
Thank you. And so they are listed as a trustee.
They are. There were 2 names on there.
Thank you. So we have a ballot. The ballot is being cast for a trust. The trust is a qualified elector. The individual is listed as a trustee, but they did not follow our procedure. The entity, the trust, did not otherwise cast a vote. My opinion is a valid vote. We can identify the person connected with the trust. They do not have land otherwise in their name, so they didn't cast the vote for.
And I did
Their own
go
land
through
in
the
this
voter
trust.
rolls and there was no absence in your signatures on that. Nobody else voted on it.
Thank you.
So, Mr. President, let me explain something. What we have in the past is a situation where you have a trust that's named trust, or irrevocable or revocable trust of A, B Smith and C, J Smith, say, for example. And someone comes in and they vote and their name is Robert Fogny, right? We don't know if they're the trustee or not. The trust is of A, B, and C, J, but maybe Robert is their trustee. We don't know. We couldn't verify that. So we ask that they follow the procedure and provide us the designation form so we can verify it. The ones that are not so problematic are the ones where it is, say, for example, irrevocable trust of Frank Paul Solopek, and Frank Paul Solopek comes in and votes. That's an easy one, right? We can pretty clearly see who that is. This is why you canvass. This is the kind of thing that happens in any election. Just because they didn't follow our process, I would be hesitant to reject it. But I would require strict following of the process to the extent we can. Obviously, this one landed in the provisional ballot box for a reason, but I would be hesitant to disqualify it even though they didn't follow the process. That is grounds for doing it, by the way.
Mr. Franzoy.
I was just gonna clarify, because I was a little confused. There was 2 names on the trust to be verified that both of those names did not have a vote.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted,
Well, it doesn't matter. The other person legally could vote.
okay, I wasn't sure. I thought it was,
Yeah, as long
They
as,
just couldn't vote for this trust.
right, they just couldn't vote for this trust, but they legally could vote otherwise.
okay,
If we're counting this for that trust, then they legally could not vote, both trustees. But if the other trustee voted on his own property or her own property, both of those are valid. That's why I'm saying err on the side of counting the votes.
okay.
Is there an opinion that this is an invalid vote? Any of our board members? Hearing none, the procedure I followed on the last one was put in the ballot box, is we had documentation that said the individual was represented. I would put this one in the ballot box also.
I agree.
Hearing no dissent. Place the ballot into the box. And I do believe that completes the provisional ballots or, so if you would please place the empty envelopes, and I believe we have one that still has a ballot in it, place those into the provisional ballot box. Hopefully you can put it in there without unlocking it, if possible.
Not with a clip.
Okay. Oh,
You need to unload.
yeah, we've got to put them with the other ones, yeah.
Did you need the orange paper? Anna,
We need some more.
you need more orange paper?
Yes.
Hold on a second.
Is it not? What number is the box? 4.
Be the public for your page, we want you to know all of it is clear.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm lucky.
Thank you. Please continue with Ken.
1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Sal. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Sal. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Sal. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 Prescott, PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Sal. 1 Dwayne. 3 Preston. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Sal. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 1 Preston. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 no vote. 9 Henry.
Hold there for one moment.
Sir.
Are there many ballots left? Or we almost finished?
No, there's, I consider all of them.
It is 3 o'clock. We should take a 4 or 5 minute recess for break.
Yeah.
You got it. Make it stay.
Meeting?
We're counting. We will not get in there. I want to get that one. We will be seven. And we well, we'll discuss it.
Oh, when can doesn't.
I don't think so. It is. The next time that we can. Yeah. We'll be that like other. But it's not possible. We'll look at Wednesday. Thursday, and then beyond that, we'll probably say, all right, we've got to do that. I should ask, I'm going to recess. That's, I mean. Yeah. Just working else. A lot of power. The emotional coach.
The guys are gonna go to 5.
But.
And they're gonna be there till, we're gonna be there at 7 in the morning to make sure that there's a change.
We're essentially saying we will take action on the fight of the.
Probably last day, everybody's time. Everybody that is jumping on.
No, blame me. Everybody here in the
Take that lock off, you lock it down.
Take my key.
But we don't need to get to the. Okay.
Keep them all.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch.
Oh, that's curious, but things are gonna say that.
And then we have 2 more boxes.
So, Anna. Based on what you see in the box,
Okay.
are we gonna have a fruit and Ellie here? Nope, okay. Very good. So we will make through. All right, we will go ahead. We gotta wait for Rob, I don't get back. What do you think?
Yeah, really.
This is boring. Happy.
Can you see, can I peek in there?
Yeah.
Just write the number, you won't have to. On Central Exchange. Yeah, well, you start counting now, and then we stop it. You're ready to.
Yes, I am ready.
Speed it up.
I am ready.
Wait, let me just get my.
When I'm there, yeah.
I hope that. Oh, I see.
So I like when I catch something like that. If I can keep track of it, I like.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to use it?
No.
I verify this. You're doing fine.
Yeah.
We are totally waiting on Raphael, but we're gonna go ahead and. I can't. We're gonna verify this camera. Brandon, would you please read it out? For Mr. Gillett has 53, so can you raise the vote by 50?
You know what, I just want to be, they're making money out of it. You gotta get that.
So for Mr. Driver, I recommend is you leave $25 ones. You don't have to write that. And then, get marked on there. Thank you. Wow, that's 49. Great, we'll leave it there. So.
Dave Martin called them ours, so much better.
Maybe 30 is fine for district dogs, leave 30, then add it up. Oh, 30.
I know.
I just put it in the bottom left, Karen, in case you have to erase later, and I changed Randy's as well, bottom left corner, in case you have to erase them later on.
Thank you. I'll take that.
In there,
Yeah, we'll keep Marty. AJ will be the only one researching. You may not need to. We may be done.
We're still having the other.
Yeah.
Probably not today.
Oh, okay. I'll check.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not gonna happen today.
That's what you.
Yeah, that's my.
Yeah.
Board members, it's middle of harvest for most of them. They're gonna be doing to another day.
So we have 80.
Well, I think.
One to the second.
This is it.
It's a start.
No, it's good.
Yeah, I know.
It is summer.
The freezing? That's because it's 74 degrees.
Jeez.
But so do you want me to turn on the air conditioner? Or open doors? I mean, it is windy, right?
I just kidding.
Crack a door, man. Crack a door.
I was just teasing you.
That needs to go to 70.
Or 67.
I get it.
Home, mine's at 62. The kids are like, put on some clothes, nice sweaters.
We have reduced the tally mark. They're noted down here, they are 50, except for Mr. Colquitt, Mr. James Solopek, and Mr. Lyons. Mr. Colquitt's at 100, and the other two haven't reached 50 yet. The vote count is correct by my observation. I get a confirmation from Mr. Rosa.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. With that, please continue your time.
We're still in central?
Yeah.
Why are there two different?
Because I'm copying and pasting his values here to maintain integrity.
No, he pastes the values when we go to recess, so that the buttons can't get bumped when the vote change.
Yeah. It just secures it for the time being.
That would be a whole new meaning to double counting, which is why I was asking, so.
Yeah, no.
Scott, please take
No, okay. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. We have 2 marks. This side's completed, and we have 1 mark on the other side. So there's the full. So we got 1 right up top here. And they're both for Randy. Okay, 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, or sorry, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
Mark Tracy's? You cross it? I didn't see a mark on Tracy's line. I thought you were in /5.
I count 59 votes in both instances.
59 here. Yeah.
It's hard to see from here. Hard.
Good.
Any discrepancy from our observers? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
We'll have to get a hold there. So I have a discrepancy on this placeholder vote. It's come up in the last several votes. I have 101 on board and 100 in the computer.
I have 100 for John and 55 for James.
Thank you. And I apologize, I've forgotten your name already.
It's okay.
Brenda?
Let me make sure.
Brenda, sorry.
No, it's okay. Okay, I have 100 for John. And then
55 for James.
Thank you very much. We have one extra tally mark. Thank you. Please continue with the count.
1 Randy. 3 Stephen. 5 James. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry.
Thank you. Hold one moment, please. And I showed you pay short one vote. I suspect that's where John's tally mark, the extra tally mark in John's was. Hold on, wait. Should be at 134.
134.
Okay.
Yeah, I have 134.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's good to have an explanation. Please continue with the count.
1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa.
I'm sorry, can you go back to
Okay.
the beginning?
Sure. Okay, 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James.
James needs one. Don't leave it off.
6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Stephen. 5 James. 6 Tracy. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Sal. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Sal. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Sal. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 no vote, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, okay, 9 Henry.
There, 1 moment, please. We can tally that. That mark for James, and it should have been tallied for John. I heard John call on that vote.
You guys, yeah, 59 to 117, and so James and John.
9 to 117.
Thank you, please.
James and John?
Yes.
Okay. $58 for James, and then John is.
No.
117.
Rosa, what is your count?
I have 117 for John and 59 for James.
And that's what I have as well,
Okay, so I might be off 1.
that, which is fine, I just want to, so. The count that we have it at this point that we will be moving forward with is 59 for Mr. James, Salt Tech and Essential. And 117 for Mr. Clayshore. Very good, please continue with the count.
1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK. Actually, hold on a second here. So on PK's box, number 8, right? There's no candidate with a check. So they checked an empty box, no candidate.
Okay.
All right, so
Are we taking that?
So Karen, you did not count that for PK, right?
no, I believe she did.
Yeah, so that was not a vote for PK, that
All
was.
right, I believe you also counted it.
I did. I can remove it. I was waiting on direction of the board.
For a moment, so we should be at 168 on both of these.
Okay, is the direction of the board to remove it?
We haven't counted it yet.
Okay.
It hasn't
Is the
been
direction of
counted
the board.
Okay.
All right. We have a ballot. Mr. Colquitt's, based on the ballot, had his name at the box and then a blank line with the box. This individual marked the blank line, but did not write in a name. I don't know how to cast a write-in vote for nobody. But that sounds like a none of the above. So. These are the oddities we have to make a decision on.
Mr.
Mrs.
President,
Sullivan.
this has happened before and it has never been counted as a vote before. It has to be a clear indication for the candidate. And so we, counted things like there was check marks and all of a sudden an X for that candidate. We still count that as a vote, but this is, something that has occurred for EBID in the past.
All right, I am not hearing any indication from the board of directors that this is a valid vote for Mr. Colquitt.
It doesn't matter because whoever wasn't voted for, invisible so-and-so person only has one vote, if you count that. Otherwise, PK is going to be a sitting board member, so I'm pretty sure this one doesn't matter.
I agree, but we should make our best effort to do it correctly.
I agree.
Do I hear a dissent about this being an invalid vote? All right, the board sitting to canvass the vote rules, the vote for precinct 8 on that ballot is invalid.
Thought PK is pretty close.
And then he's got a tight race right now.
All right, precinct
Him,
9.
himself, and whoever.
Nine.
There you go.
9 south.
Never know, good turn. We've seen it before.
1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston.
You guys are all kicking their ass. I got online and found it. It looks like they're doing central right now.
Hold. So we've got someone that's unmuted on Zoom. We're going to try to figure out who you are. Who gets muted? Anybody else unmuted?
I can mute all.
If you're on Zoom, just please note, if you're interfering with the canvassing of the election, please stay on mute. Where are we on the count of this vote? What was the last thing you read, Scott?
It was 5. Precinct 5.
Who is the vote for?
That's for James.
Did you get that counted, Joa?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, and I believe if you did not.
Could I, Greg, call for break? I think this mouse needs new batteries because it's like.
Oh.
I'm just about
So did it just die or can we finish this ballot?
We could probably finish the ballot. I'm just noting that it's.
All right, I have 129 votes for Mr. Sloan. Brenda, Mr. Rosa.
I have 129.
Thank you. Please continue with precinct 6.
6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
All right, I have been asked for a quick break to get batteries for Mr. Franzoy.
Sorry, just kind of.
You don't have to lock this.
How close are we to the end of this box? I
They're
don't need you to pull the
probably
counter.
like maybe 40, maybe.
All right. We'll plan to take a break. Yeah.
Once the door opens just against that right there. It's not, you're right on the door.
We got.
Up was it? Am I the, not if I'm the.
I don't know, I'm feeling
You
it.
feeling it?
No, I think poor Karen is running back and forth.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Okay, we working
I robbed batteries from your computer, so we'll have to replace those. I'm not gonna go snooping around and find batteries somewhere, but I knew exactly where to go, so.
Yeah. All right, we gotta wait for Scott.
Raphael, you guys check out here. You guys check out here.
Are you good for Gamble?
Yes, sir.
You continue.
One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 Prescott, okay, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafael, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. I forgot both sides more, they're matching on both sides for both. Okay, 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 Prescott, PK, 9 Sal. Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. Same thing with this one, both sides mark. The votes matter. All right, 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, Sal. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, Dave. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. One, Dwayne. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, no vote. 8, no vote. 9, Sal.
One second, did Sal's actually quit? I didn't see it. Did it go through from 7778?
I show 78 on the screen.
Okay. But, okay.
Thank you.
One, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Sal. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry.
Yeah. Can you show them the ballot box so they can see
All right. Please move the ballot box away.
Are we going to put these back in there?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Marty.
Yeah. Thank you. Before we do that, though, let me confirm with, yeah. Thank you, Franz, would you please go back to 10 minutes? All right. All right. Like my eye, vote on the board and the vote on the computer match. I will allow our observers to finish tallying their votes, and then I will say them out loud, confirm the votes for the Senate.
Raphael concurs, and then Brenda's counting.
Thank you. Mr. Roby Rosa's count. Matches ours here.
My matches.
Thank you very much. So the vote from the central voting location is Mr. Gillis, 80, Mr. Garai, 133, Mr. Lyles, 83, Mr. Clark, 132, Mr. Frank Paul Salpik, 77, Mr. Sloan, 139, Mr. Roby Rosa, 135, Ms. Esslinger, 81, Mr. James Salpik, 73, Mr. Glacial, 141, Mr. Colquitt, 185, Mr. Nunez, 79, Mr. Ludwig, 135, and Mr. Willie Joe Koenig for precinct 8-1, Mrs. Susanna Calhoun, precinct 8-1, Willie Koenig for precinct 8-1, and Alvin Agus for precinct 8-1. At this point in time, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we will return to canvass the south section. Mr. Franzoy.
I was just gonna ask to overlook the consolidated one more time, make sure those all match before we break.
Let's go ahead and do that. We can do that without staff. Go
Okay.
ahead and put the ballots into the ballot box.
Well,
You get-
Give staff.
staff are the election workers, so they should stay put while they're doing anything.
Could you guys wanna
Very good.
check the title? Sorry.
It's okay.
You go.
Dang it off my hands.
I know, it's okay, take your time.
We know that for sure. Mr. President, for the record, what I was just saying was that this election is over. Effectively, we will count and canvass every other ballot, but there are not enough votes left to change the direction of any race up there.
Thank you. I believe we had 150 blank ballots that went to the South Valley. Is that correct?
Blank ballots, we did not get that many back in the ballot.
Right.
That's why I'm saying there's no chance this flips without a court order. Lawyers have to say that second part, the court order part.
I just heard there's maybe 150 votes max, so I'm excited for that.
You can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell me? We know approximate numbers. We don't know exact numbers, but.
You know what? I don't actually care. Is there any objection to us announcing approximately how many votes are in the South Valley? All right, approximately how many votes do we have in South Valley?
Leah?
I don't know because Naomi's not here. She's the one that prints with the ballots. So I'm thinking she sent 150.
She sent 150.
Yeah.
Based on the voter rolls, we expected around 50 to be actual votes.
Very good.
I did not look at, and Naomi
Oh,
said
there's only
how
50.
she did everything
Great.
last week and then left, so we don't have all the numbers. That's why
How
it
you
wasn't
holding up,
announced
Scott?
this morning.
I think I have a headache.
That they counted so far.
497. 497.
The comment been made 600.
Yeah, that was because of how we staffed and balloted the precinct, so, yeah, so we didn't get that many, in terms of.
Thank you very much. So our, two election observers confirmed that their counts match ours at this point for both, each individual voting location and the total votes. We'll take a 5-minute break for staff and then come back and finish counting the vote.
How's your bigger?
I'm pretty good. It
sounds like. Dude, I gave him like. I gave her a 50 count bag of this, like,
We might have to pay. Show us like.
Yeah. It's actually, I think, highly accurate.
That's pretty good though. Well, it's a Christmas present both ways for the kid and for the mom and dad. Special place. Thank you.
They are not going to finish in time to be able to go to the regular. Why don't they split it in the writing? Yes, Sharon will know first thing in the morning. You want to contact
Yeah, we
her?
did.
So Karen, we're not going to take up the open session agenda today, so in the morning, make sure you let him know when we are coming back. It might be tomorrow, it might not be, right? So just make sure you're in touch with him so he can be here for his permit. The contract, your contract, right? Yes, okay.
Yeah, that was
confusing. So, contact him. And then you can also put him online. And I just here they call me solid. I actually, my professional name is my name. I never. Not much longer.
I think that's.
Oh, man, they didn't know
Oh, yeah, no, this is gonna be a lot, and then. Most of it.
If you guys want, they're gonna go
I don't.
I'll just remind everyone that the recording is still going. Yeah.
It's one thing to be a lady that you know, you text me. You have daily business.
She's smiling now. It'll be tomorrow.
Whatever it takes, he's going to can.
Okay. I took these pictures out of that way. Good. It's not dressed. No.
And, walk engineering model will be done by they didn't hear actually fun.
I don't, we'll discuss it. I've got it in the ring. And I just.
Well, they're waiting.
Okay.
And you make her.
Like how soon? Okay. Okay.
On the holiday.
Right, okay. I appreciate you.
You could last see. So it's telling PK that pretty much what you guys done with one. I think I put this one. Already. So I got planning of the financial year. And it's already got it. I'm on the first of January. Working on these grants. First board meeting. What's gonna be done for it? Interstate Street. I think I might actually have them. Obviously, they're people. So I was asked.
Did you get all the? I think you'll work.
For your guys' board members, so you guys can let me know if you meet.
I've been seeing them there.
Yeah.
I'll wait that to your time.
Okay. And we're gonna get. So you guys.
Like, maybe you'll just, I would love
Just make sure it's consistent with the other board members. It will be. I told them to let them know. I can too, just if they want that pitch deck. January board meeting.
You guys.
I mean, it's fine to be.
I don't know yet. We have to.
All right, I'm gonna call us back to order. I see the provisional ballot box for the south voting location. Please open the box. I believe Anna has had to leave, is that correct?
Yeah, and I told her not to come back. But it may make this process a little longer.
So I will note for the record, we have only one individual now putting in the verification process on the digital ballots. That's legit. It will take us a little longer to get through. All right, can you please count how many digital ballots are in the box?
Wow. With what? With what I'm doing? I don't really know.
2, 3, 4, and 5.
Very good. We have 5 provisional ballots in the box.
And
I think that's good.
Figured I'd
We'll leave
state
them there in that separate one. AJ, would you please begin your process?
Yes,
for
sir.
determining? While she's working that, we can move the provisional ballot box aside. Counting qualified ballot for itself. No.
Thank you.
Very good. Starting the count for the south location.
Okay. 1 no vote, 3 no vote, 5 no vote, 6 Tracy, 7 no vote, 8 no vote, 9 no vote. Okay. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 Solopek, oh, I'm sorry, James Solopek, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Sal. It looks like it's completely filled out, right?
Okay.
And you'll see precinct 5 as a definitely, but And they're both good as well. Okay, 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, no vote. 9, no vote.
Hold there, please. TJ.
They did qualify, however, I believe she or they had a absentee mailed to them. And, she didn't get it in time. So, or she didn't get it to us. So I'm not exactly, it just said to not mail in absentee ballot. She had one, she didn't have it with her. But we should go out to them.
Okay, so, if you would explain to us the process of receiving absentee ballots.
Yeah, so when we mail them out, Naomi would mark it down. And as far as I was told, is that once she mailed it out, that was considered their vote. And so if they didn't get it back to us in time, it didn't matter, they still couldn't vote again. Because it was their responsibility to get it back before the deadline.
Thank you. So I will say my understanding of absentee ballots is a little different. So my understanding of the absentee ballots is if you have been mailed one, you've received it, but didn't send it in, you can still vote election day, but I don't know how that process works. And so.
That's actually not accurate.
Thank you.
Completely. And so, within our process, if they have procured an absentee ballot, they are warned if it does not come back in, they cannot vote on election day because technically they're procuring 2 separate ballots then. So the way the county runs elections, you can turn in your absentee ballot on the day of the election. Our statutes are different. They have to be received before polls open on election day. So essentially, they requested their ballot and they spoiled it. They didn't put it in the ballot box. We cannot technically let them vote a second. Technically, they would have gotten 2 votes. So if there was if our statutes looked like the counties, I would feel more comfortable giving a legal opinion. That person walked in and voted provisional. We are able to verify they didn't otherwise send their absentee vote in and handle it the way the county does. Our statutes work different. They are required to be received by the day before, but you are counted as having voted once that ballot goes out in the mail.
Thank you, Ms. Dahlbeck. Mr. Calhoun.
I have a relative that absentee was sent to. Couldn't get a notary. Had to be notarized. And my understanding was that if she, understanding absentee was supposed to be in the day before. And it was brought up, well, I said, well, if you go vote, you better take your absentee and turn it in. And I'm not one there, so I'm not sure what exactly happened. But if this may be it, I don't know. But in other words, can that person vote if they bring back the notification that they didn't use it, but they turned it in, so?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, well, I believe, if I understood, well, her, used the same, removed her vote out of that envelope and put it in the box. And this is hearsay, so I don't know that I need to be talking about, I wasn't there. I don't know who was.
Information is always useful.
It's not going to swing your election, so make a
Right.
decision and move on.
So-
I would like to go home.
Yeah. Any other comments? So, it's my opinion, that they were sent an absentee ballot, we have a procedure. Again, it is different than other election statutes. Their vote is not lost, should it be needed. It is still retained in the provisional instance. It is my opinion that we keep it in the provisional box.
So AJ, put the ballot back with the paperwork, back in the envelope, back with the rest of them. And if someone wants to challenge that in a courtroom, it is there for the challenging.
Any dissent on this? Hearing none, AJ, you may proceed with the next one, and Scott, please continue to count.
Hold on. Is there a lot in there? Bad day.
1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Preston. 5, James.
Yeah, Preston,
5,
Holt, James.
So Preston and then James.
yes.
All right, please continue.
6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK.
Wait, I'm still on, 6. Okay. 7,
Don't.
7's John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry.
Mr. President, we're gonna make a personnel change very quickly so that we can get Marty going. She leaves at 4:30. And Louise is gonna take that over for her.
Thank you.
Whatever.
Everybody else is done.
thank you, Marty.
Thanks, Mark.
Couldn't get away. He couldn't.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph, please continue.
All right. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 1, Preston, oh, I'm sorry, 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, no vote. 9, Sal. 1 Garrett, or, sorry, 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 no vote. 9 Sal. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Stephen. 5 James. 6 Tracy. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One no vote. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Sal. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. One Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. Yeah, both sides, Mark, they're the same on each both sides. Okay, 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, no vote. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. So we have 6, precinct 6 and 8 marked, but the other ones are not. And same thing with this side, 6 and 8 are marked with the same. Okay. 1, no vote. 3, no vote. 5, no vote. 6, Tracy. 7, no vote. 8, PK. 9, no vote. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, no vote. 3, Preston. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Stephen. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Sal. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a moment. You're in this way. AJ.
This one is, flat rate.
Thank you very much. So we have one ballot. They have water rights. They are not a qualified elector. They don't have 2 more water righted acres. We returned that to the provisional ballot box. Any dissent from the board? Very good. Please continue with the count.
1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, no vote. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, Solopek, James Solopek. 8, no vote. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Rafa. No, excuse me. That's not 6, is Tracy. Good. 7, James. 8, we have a write in here. Joanne, Luetta,
Spell it.
Joa. Yeah, Joaquin. Last name's Legaretta.
Legar what?
Etta. That's precinct 8. And 9 is Sal. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Sal. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. So we only have one vote out of all the precincts here. It's precinct 6, and it's Rafa and Tracy, and both the boxes are marked.
All right.
Yeah.
So, sure, I understand, we have a ballot. There's only one precinct voted for, and they voted for both candidates in that precinct.
That's correct.
For our discussion previously, any precinct where both candidates are voted for is considered an invalid vote in that precinct. There are no other votes on this ballot.
That's correct.
So, it has been counted. Is there any dissent in there? The count we picked, which is no count. Hearing none, be sure to set that aside at this script. Ballot at 8.
What I found, there was not a reason for the challenge, other than he gave the voter name, and it says for so-and-so. They also put a customer ID number which matches the voter. The voter does qualify, so the only thing I can do, I did check who it was for. I did check that name. That person doesn't have any water rights. We do have them, but it's 0 water rights. The only thing I could think of is maybe to verify voter rolls to see if he voted. Or signed the photo.
So I agree with the assessment. So we have a provisional ballot. The individual who cast the ballot is a qualified elector, but indicated they were voting for somebody else. So we just need to confirm that that individual.
Wait, what?
So we have a provisional ballot. The individual that cast the ballot stated that they were voting for somebody else.
You can't do that, that's illegal.
But the individual is a qualified elector.
Did he vote on his account? We don't know. So Leah can go verify that.
ready to go.
Separate that one out. Make sure that they didn't otherwise sign on the voter roll, but still technically didn't follow the process. I mean, to be clear, you cannot vote for someone else. A vote is personal to you.
So I believe that's where we were ending up. We need to confirm that the individual didn't otherwise vote on the voter rolls. And then consider casting that ballot. So given that, just to clear this one up, let's clear that one up before we move to the other additional ballots. If you switch places with Leah so that she can go confirm that. And we may run out of votes before you do that. Let's see. Please continue with the count.
1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. Did we count that 1 Randy? You count. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Tracy. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. We got both sides, Mark. Same votes on each side.
Okay.
1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne. 3 Stephen. 5 Frank Paul. 6 Tracy. 7 James. 8 PK. 9 Sal.
Hold there for a moment, please. Yeah.
Okay, so on the voter rolls, the member that have filled this out, he does have qualifying acres and he had not signed when he voted on any of his accounts. What I don't understand is that he says for another member, that member does not have water rights.
Do they sign the voter roll on the day that they cast the provisional ballot?
Well, when they get a provisional ballot, they do not sign the voter roll because we didn't find them
Right.
on the voter roll, so there's nothing to sign. So instead of turning them away from the polls, staff were instructed to hand them a provisional ballot.
So I'm a little confused here. The individual though is on the rolls.
Yes.
Well, effectively, he's saying, I'm here to vote for someone else. As long as nobody else voted on his account, then his vote counts. I don't care who he was there voting for. His vote counts because you can't vote for someone else. That someone else didn't have water rights, and we can show that he didn't vote twice. It's a valid ballot.
So the part I'm confused about is all the names reversed. The person that showed up. The person that's not on the rolls.
Well, as the canvassing board, you are allowed to see the confidential information. I have, up until now, instructed staff to not let anybody see that for obvious reasons, right? Most of you are candidates. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Call the ball game, right? Pick a side, flip a coin, keep rolling.
All right.
Let's do this.
Are we putting the ballot into the box or are we putting it back into the provision box?
Okay, explain again what is.
Okay, so the member that filled out this, they do have water rights and they are eligible. They did not vote absentee, they did not vote, their signature is not on the voter roll at all. But they wrote on the envelope that they're voting for somebody else that does not have water rights. So they were eligible to cast a vote. the person that they wrote they were voting for was not.
That it was written on the number for so and so.
I concur with Mr. Soloway. Any dissent? Please put the ballot into the box.
Need to read it?
No, just put it in the box first. Thank you. And then if you'll please, change places with AJ. From the next one.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Oh, you have the card.
Be the one that sounds.
Requesting AJ.
This is,
An absentee
yes,
ballot.
it looks like an absentee ballot.
What was that?
In the challenge, there's an absentee ballot.
Let me think here. In the challenge envelope is the absentee ballot.
Including their affidavit.
Yeah, it includes all the paperwork, I would say count it. This again, so actually, no, you can't, because the absentee votes must be reported on the day before, because we cannot receive them on election day. So actually, you can't count it. The statute's very clear on that. We cannot receive absentee ballots on election day. They must be received before the opening of the polls, is the way the statute reads.
Please put everything into the provisional ballot envelope. Okay, you may move on with the last one. In the meantime, this envelope is contained.
1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Tracy. 7, James. 8, PK. 9, Henry. 1, Dwayne. 3, Stephen. 5, Frank Paul. 6, Tracy. 7, James. This is the write-in vote here. 8, Richard, Duncan.
Spell it.
Write that down.
Duggan. Richard Duggan. Last name's Duggan. Precinct 8. Yeah. no, I didn't say that.
Is there a vote for precinct 9?
9 South.
We'll hold there for a moment. First item I'd like to do, for Mr. Garai over there, on the third row, there's only 9 tally marks there. Thank you very much. That's exactly what I'd like to have done. We removed one from the last row, put it in its proper place on the third row. AJ.
Okay, so this person, they qualify. However, it appears that they received an absentee and did not mail it in.
All right, so per our disposal of previous ballots, that one remains provisional. Is there anyone that dissents from that on the board? Hearing none, please place it with provisional ballots. I believe that is our last provisional ballot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's please put those back into the provisional ballot box, and then we will finish counting the vote.
Who take those? Oh, you got it.
Into the ballot,
Just-
into.
Yeah.
Wrap them
Just
together.
make sure you wrap them with the orange.
Orange, yeah.
The unlocked one, right? Please continue, Mr. Daniel.
1 Randy. 3 Preston. 5 James. 6 Rafa. 7 John. 8 PK. 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 no vote, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, Preston, or I'm sorry, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Sal. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy. Yep, you got 1 Randy?
Got 1.
Yep. 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. All right, we got both sides, Mark. And it's. All right, 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 no vote, 9 Henry. 1 We got this side to fill out. And then the top precinct one, we have one, they voted the same. So 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. Dennis. Same thing with them, the whole bit mark, the bottom inside is the same. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. All right, thank you. Both sides of the mark. 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. I do. All right, 1, Randy. 3, Preston. 5, James. 6, Rafa. 7, John. 8, PK. 9, Henry. One no vote, 3 no vote, 5 no vote, 6 Tracy, 7 no vote, 8 PK, 9 no vote.
1 second, Scott, 5. I'm gonna answer this really quick. Spelled it wrong, but whatever. Yeah, let's go.
Good. All right, 1 no vote, 3 no vote, 5 no vote, 6 Tracy, 7 no vote, 8 PK, 9 no vote.
Was that a repeat?
I thought that was
Or
that was a
second?
repeat. I think you read that one.
So that was 6, precinct 6, that was Tracy, and then precinct 8 was PK.
Are we taking these down?
That was.
Yeah, he read the
That
same
was-
ballot twice.
that was
Oh, he read
twice.
the same ballot twice?
Just clarifying. So we're taking off Tracy and PK.
Yes.
Oh, hold on one second, we gotta just try to see that on the PK. So just to clear this up, we need 2 tally marks there, 2 off there. I got 91 votes for PK on the board and 90 on the
I
PK.
have 91.
I think 91 is correct.
Okay,
Yeah, Joa, so he read the ballot twice, you logged it twice, so did Karen. So let's not respond to the public, let's focus on what we're doing, because that, they're correct. Those 2 votes should come down out of your tally sheet.
And I believe they did, and I believe it's correct. I believe everything
I
else
took,
is
I
correct.
must not have logged that day. 1 second.
Anyone on the
Scott.
canvassing board think different?
Okay, cool. We're good.
Stand up, please.
1 no vote, 3 no vote, 5 no vote, 6 no vote, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 no vote. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 no vote, 3 no vote, 5 no vote, 6 Tracy, 7 no vote, 8 PK, 9 no vote. 1 Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 Trent Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK. Cancel that, they mark the box with the blank, so. You ran into this before, okay. PK, there's no name, but the box next to it's checked.
So we determined that was an invalid vote previously. Very good. Is there a vote for 9?
For the blank, yeah, I'm sorry, 9 is Henry. One Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
One moment. Okay. Thank you, Katie.
1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. Yep. You got both sides, Mark? One Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
Are we close to the end?
5 on 5.
There's a good, there's still some in here. Maybe about 20.
The staffing break.
This is finished.
Let's get it.
I gotta be.
Alright, 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
Stop. Okay, never mind, we're good.
1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Henry. All right. So we have there. The second, we fill out the top on the notice. Okay, both of them are both for Randy.
Okay.
1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne, 3 Stephen, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 James, 8 no vote, 9 Sal. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 James, 8 PK, 9 Henry. Yep. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Dwayne, 3 Preston, 5 Frank Paul, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
Sorry.
1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 Randy, 3 Stephen, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry. 1 no vote, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Tracy, 7 John, 8 no vote, 9 Henry.
Last one.
1 Randy, 3 Preston, 5 James, 6 Rafa, 7 John, 8 PK, 9 Henry.
Show them the box.
The empty box.
All right. Let's confirm the, believe account matches. We let, Joe, is making a copy of it.
Okay, cool.
All right, so let's confirm the account now.
It's my first one, but I heard the past might be or something.
So I will note here, this is in fact 174 that Kelly Martin.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
124. I show the two numbers match.
Okay,
Observers indicating they do as well.
so that means I'm gonna have them check the master. I'm sure it's right.
I believe the arithmetic is correct, like I said.
You never know. Formulas could be wrong. And then I will paste it, lock it down, and only Gary and I will have the password.
And the recording and everybody else in this room.
But. Physical file, sorry.
I still have one vote off between John and James, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you should be at 4:45, right?
I have 4:45, the board has 4:44.
When you clicked it, it didn't go.
Wait, when I clicked it,
I think when it was at 111, it's supposed to be at 112.
I think Brenda's consistent with me though, right?
I have 444.
For John? Yeah. So, one of us.
Okay.
Whatever.
So,
It's fine.
with the exception of a potential discrepancy, one vote. This is John Playfield. The confirmation. So, given that, Having canvassed the election in public by opening returns and counting the votes of the district, it is now our duty as the board to declare the elected persons receiving the highest number of votes. So before you start moving that around anymore, let's finish looking at that and declare that. So the president will state that it appears the highest votes for precinct 1 are Randy Garai. For precinct 3 are Preston Tharp. For precinct 5 is James Sloan. For precinct 6 is Rafael Rosa. For precinct 7 is John Clayshall. For precinct 8 is PK Colquitt. For precinct 9 is Henry Ludwig. The president will accept a motion declaring those persons having received the highest number of votes for each return. Or for the votes returned to the office. I have a motion from Mr. Frank Paul Stallpeck, seconded by Dwayne Gillis, to declare those individuals as the people receiving the most votes and elected to office. Any discussion? Hearing none, discussion is closed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? In the opinion of the president, the ayes have it, the motion carries, and those are the individuals declared elected. So I will ask the secretary to file a statement of results therein. With that, that moves to the next item in the agenda, but I am going to ask the board to present a motion to recess, and we need to know when it is that you all can convene again. So I am available at your request. My preference would be to go tomorrow morning, but I believe there are several conflicts. So when can we reconvene to complete our agenda? So I hear can make tomorrow work. Is there any objection to this, to recessing and convening tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.?
Mr. President, if you do want a legal update,
So what's the
Really
early, what's the,
necessary,
yeah, what's the early you can?
I can't be here.
Not at all.
No, I have scheduled doctor's appointments for my doctor, so if you, of course, again, right, the campaign promises were that I was fired, so I don't know why I need to give you a
So,
legal update,
that
especially when
said-
everybody else was just taken care of also. It's possible that everyone just wants to wait on that and I cannot show back up, but it is the board that directs me on when I appear
Right.
here.
So to complete our regular agenda, we can complete our regular agenda tomorrow. Obviously, Ms. Stallpeck will not be here to give us our closed session legal update. Should the board deem it necessary, we will call a special meeting to receive our closed session update from Mrs. Stallpeck.
What if we moved it to Thursday?
We can move it to Thursday.
So having seen the election results, Gary and I canceled our work trips that were otherwise scheduled this week and I am around. I am not going to be going on those previously scheduled trips.
All right, so Mrs. Stallpeck is available on Thursday. I believe Mr. Essling was also not in, but he was available. Mr. Lyles indicates he is not.
And again, Wednesday, so we were traveling Wednesday to Friday. Our Wednesday to Friday is now clear. I just cannot be here tomorrow.
Let me ask you this, can we do Wednesday?
I think
I cannot.
open the wings.
All right, so I'll accept the motion, when we're recessing to, and then we will discuss it. I have a motion to recess until 9 a.m. Wednesday morning. For a second. I have a second from Mr. Lyles. Any discussion on that motion? May not be debated. Are there any other comments on it? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of recessing until 9 a.m. Wednesday morning, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? It is the president. We are in recess until 9 a.m. Wednesday morning.
Greg, there was a question by Delise to take a picture of the board or.
Picture of it, I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
we do need to take pictures of that also, and it does stay on the,
Do you wanna do
board
that?
for a long time. Yeah.
Do you wanna do that, Greg?
I'll take a picture of it. I'm not gonna fit someone from staff.
Okay, I can stop recording?
Elise, why don't you just do that for us?